Roll call.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Can I do a call? Okay.
I brought him in.
Lisa, I forgot to ask yesterday, but my husband has a follow-up heart appointment and I need to do one call for you.
Okay. To get that.
14, yeah.
Yes, we got 12:30. How do you do it?
Thinking a lot better, he's off the heart monitor now, so he's still on all the meds and restrictions, but he'll be way better.
Well, she killed once up on the train there. My head's on. Oh.
You can do a roll call. Does anybody else have to leave early today?
I might around 3. Possibly.
It's a no for the other.
I'll just get that on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Trying to find a backup sitter just in case.
Morning council, I'll go and call the meeting to order at 10:09. We'll start with roll call. Paul Swan.
Here.
Christopher Eaglebear.
Here.
Todd Bearshill.
Oh.
Calvary Rice.
Here.
Stanley Middleton Jr. Chad Holloway. William Wilcox. Robert Radley. Charles Ray Jr. Bill Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Emily Boyd Belonjo. Alvin Bearhill Sr. Sherry Wright Flint. Pamela Wilcox. Here. Lila Kilsensight. Michael Bolt Sr. William Tyndall. And Black River III. Mary Little Thunder. There's 12.
See.
No, he wasn't.
Chris, could you do our invocation for today, please?
Educational country open chimica. Only at one of the discussion get the discussion. I can't see. I thought yet. Now I'm pretty curious. First, I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you for this day, for allowing us that make it to be here in a good way. For those that couldn't, we say a prayer for them as well. For the ones who are still making their journeys here, we say a prayer for them as well. And for the two-legged and the winged, that they stay off the road and have a good day as well as our nation. We think of the ones that are sitting in the cold, the ones that are needing our help. We pray for a good day and a good outcome. Oh, talk to you. I'll say, hi, hi, oh, hey, hi, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, oh, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hi, hey, oh, hey, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, oh, hi, hi, oh, hey, oh, hi, oh, hey, oh, Tonka shalai ope tompa hake oh hey onke shnele tragic telo I hey hey flate haya oh ya take hey leche chale kra chale chamuelo yo hey.
Yesterday we did all of the emergency legislation resolutions that must be passed. Today we need to pass the Christmas hands resolution. And then, I don't know, is that the only, do you have another resolution that we passed with the hands? So do you have that resolution for the hands? Or no, we could go on to the agenda.
Okay. Council, we'll start with the resolutions that we left off with yesterday, and this will be for the hymns. Tina?
There's the invoices should be with them. Okay. We'll get past that.
It already has a number, so it is true.
So that black man would be a bill, that was a community number or we just went with that number. I was thinking that black man.
So who's gonna read this then?
Social service, I don't know. You got social services?
Who's on social services?
Or resident finance, somebody.
Yeah, and it's the number.
Yes, Bob. It was already read into record. That resolution was already read into record and then we tabled it so she could bring back the information on it.
Yeah, with the right number. Yeah.
Right, Bob has the floor.
Madam Chair, we had a discussion yesterday, and I know that when we talk about resolutions and stuff, it usually normally takes all day. And we had this discussion yesterday that if we have tribal members here wanting to address the council, we should deal with them first. This is their body, so I kept telling everybody that. So, if they want to be heard, we should put them on the agenda first so we can hear their concerns rather than taking all day to finish, unfinished business here. We should hear the Oyata first.
Thank you, Robert. I started with that because I asked what we would like back on the agenda, and this is where I was told. If there's no objection, I will bring Antelope Community on the floor. They are on the agenda for today.
Yeah. No objection?
Okay, Antelope.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy holidays. I guess we're here to bring back our land issue. Back in, I believe, in July, we was put on suspension for 6 months. Our suspension should have ended in October. We haven't had any resources coming in. We've been pretty much on a standstill. We're not getting any help from any assistance from the tribal programs. So we've been pretty much left on our own, pretty much blacklisted, like I've mentioned before. I guess we would like to get it resolved. We would like to, at least let the programs know that, that we work for the people and they still work for the people. We shouldn't be suspended from any of the services that are provided from the tribal programs. I guess we just like to get it resolved so we can move forward with our lease money and our leases. We've brought people in. I've called for numerous meetings. Everybody failed to attend these meetings. I've drafted letters to the TLE director, solo director. I invited the president's office, BIA. Everybody just failed to respond and not even show up to these meetings as we sat here. Russell has attended the meetings here. He's the one that attended these last 2 meetings with us, and we kind of explained to Russell on our issues, and we brought our documents forth, and we brought our documents back in July, also answering all the questions that council did have, but we were still put on suspension. So I guess that's what we're here for, to get it resolved so we can move forward with our land and with our lease money so we can continue providing services for our community. Like I said, we've been without for a while now, and now we don't have no lease money. Now we're counting on allocations right now, and we're not getting the services from the tribal programs either. So it's kind of tough out there. So that's what I'm here for, council, because Christmas is just right around the corner, and we're barely pulling Christmas off.
Thank you. Council, for the new council reps that are here and aren't familiar with this, with land issue that she's referring to, I do have a packet here with all the corresponding motions and resolutions. If you guys want to maybe get a copy and look at that so we can.
I have a copy because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Emily?
Oh, thank you. Good morning. I was just gonna ask if somebody would be able to kind of give a summary of that for those that are, or do we want to take a minute for people to read? Because I think it's important to get brought up to speed on that. And I also am a little bit confused on why a community would be suspended anyway. I don't think that was the intent of any of the action that we had taken on this. So I'm a little bit confused there. And I thought that before the election that whole thing was rescinded or something and it went back to the way it was prior. So I would just also like a little update. Thank you.
Emily, if you recall, you did make a motion with a plan of what to do. And after that meeting ended that day, the then president made an executive decision to call your motion out of order. And so for everyone who is aware and not aware, this issue has come to council. It's gone to Land and Natural. It's gone to TL. It's been everywhere and it keeps sending back here. What the community is asking for is a final resolution to what's going to happen with them. And I think it would be good if somebody that has been a part of this entire time does explain to everyone. You can look at the documentation Lisa's talking about. But I know Russell has attended. Russell, do you want to give a report on what your findings were when meeting with the community?
Aquí había Восточная I'd just like to thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I know this issue has been going on for a while, and I did attend a meeting of the Antelope Executive Board, and this last week I had the opportunity to meet with the Board of Regents, and it sounded like we wanted to come up with a compromise. We want to sit down and deal with this in a good way. That's our intent. And that's their intent too. And I know you guys been pursuing this for a long time. Now, the issue of the land, that motion that was ruled out of order kicks back to the original resolution that was passed, having Antelope community the range unit. So to me, that's still a viable resolution. I can't remember right offhand, but it's in your packet. There is I'm honored to see Mike Both coming in because we met with him last week with the Board of Regents. I think there was some issue about hay. We talked about that. We also talked about the issue of buffer. And the bottom line is, at least Christmas, we wanted to see if we can find funding for the community, because that leads to plan or that resolution. So that's where we're at today. I didn't want to step in front of the Board of Regents and file a report, but I see my fellow Mike just pulled in so he could kind of give you an update. I think that we're going to do some research in terms of Buffalo and on Antelope's property. So that's where it's at. I'm actually pursuing something that we can have a workable solution. You know, it's been going back and forth, bumping heads, and I think we have a viable solution. And that's something that we can talk about with the council, if you wish to. Okay, good.
Josh, now come up here so you can respond to the council. I'm going to let them explain because they've been a part of this. They've been in it. Our body needs to help make a decision. We tried last year and it didn't come to any type of a resolution. It just circulated around. It got pushed from committee to committee again, and we need to come up with a final plan for them so that everyone can be satisfied, can come to a compromise and work together. So, go ahead, Josh.
Good morning, council administration. Thank you for allowing us to have the floor this morning. Like it was stated, this has been an ongoing issue for quite some time. We've been going in circles trying to find some result to this. Just to provide a little bit of clarification and some information on the resolution that we're discussing here, which is 2023-197. The resolution was established to designate the South Range Unit 55 for Antelope Community. And the intent for that was kind of twofold. And obviously, the lease income, that's part of it, but the other part of it, with the intent and support of the community, was from a land management standpoint. I think some of you may be aware or may know some of the history behind it. There's been some reported incidences where there was the issue of overgrazing, overstocking. From a livestock and land management standpoint, there was some shortfalls. That was kind of a two-way street there with the original lease agreement that was put in place. The community went back and revamped the lease agreement with SGU, which provided a degree of accountability as the leaser and the leasee. And that established those accountability degrees, which allowed, from a land management standpoint, for the land to recover, to adequately ensure that SGU as an operator was doing what they were supposed to be doing, which wasn't in place before. One of the reports that, compliance reports that was completed back in September 2020, resulted in the report indicating that there was a number of dead buffalo carcasses, there was still a degree of overgrazing, overstocking, certain parameters that SGU was supposed to abide by within the lease agreement that they didn't abide by. All of those corresponding letters were submitted for SGU to come into compliance with that lease agreement. In essence, it didn't happen overnight, but over time it did happen. But the bottom line is, with the resolution, it's an avenue for the community to effectively manage a portion of that range unit. And in terms of the land management portion of it, also be able to generate some revenue off that acreage. When I first came on board with the community, I knew at some point that the funding for communities was going to get tight. So the intent was to get the community to get to a position where the community could be self-sustaining by generating its own revenue. And I think we're at that point right now where money's going to get pretty tight for the community. And we knew that the land was an asset for the community. So we had to take care of it. We had to do what we could do on the community side to ensure that what we have to show that we're going to take care of it. And I think we've done that up to this point with what we had established with that acreage. And so in conclusion, the thing I'm going to ask for, as far as being involved in this whole process from day one, essentially, along with Linda Neal, with that resolution, it's in place, hasn't been rescinded. The only thing that was asked on our part was to amend some of the language contained in that resolution, which was done. As far as my knowledge, that amended language hasn't been approved to that resolution. We'd like to have that amended language implemented into that resolution. And I'd like the council to reaffirm that resolution. We reaffirm that resolution. That's going to resolve everything. This will allow the community to move forward. We can take the next step. Talk with SGU if they wish to continue to work with the community. But we just need to find a final answer as far as that resolution yes or no. As far as I'm concerned, the resolution is in place. We just need to have it reaffirmed with the amended language and allow the community to move forward. Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you. Good morning, council. Also, thank you, Alex, guys, for coming. It's awesome deal to have you guys community come up and, and I guess address a lot of these concerns. Yeah, I was sitting here last year about what took place. I mean, I think there was actually that resolution in 2023 that came up when I was sitting on there, but it came up again to divert back to where it was originally at. So, I mean, we were kind of upset about how, I guess, it came to that point, and it was brought out here about why it came to that point and why animal community ended up taking over that range unit. So we ended up, finding out what was going on, and then of course ended up turning around for the, I guess, SGU to get it back, I guess. So I think in my deal at that time, I would like to have seen everybody here, SGU and also TLE, so we come to some agreement on it. And of course, at that time, there was nothing that really happened. There was no meeting. There was nothing, and I know you guys were calling meetings, things to that effect. So, here it is again, and we're still dealing with it. So, I mean, I'm kind of upset on it because again, it should have been taken care of. And we've got TLE, we got SU, and I think SU came here a few times. Mike came here last year. I think we got to visit with him and Duffy about it. There were some issues about how, again, the overgrazing part of it. On TV here, there's going to be some people that are going to be upset about saying, that's not true. So I mean, that's what they're going to be getting here pretty soon. We're going to be having calls. They're going to say, hey, that's not true. That's not what's happening. So every time this happens, I always like to have the other side here so we can actually have their side. I mean, so again, this is going to keep going on until, I don't know, I guess somebody gets mad and does something, I guess. And that's what's been happening from you guys, I guess, for the past year. So it still hasn't been straightened out, and we still haven't figured it out. And I don't know, there's other people here with TLE, I think with the land office, everybody else that should have some ideas about what's going on. And I don't know who did the suspension on you guys' deal for the past 6 months here.
That was read, that's a motion excerpt that we got here from, that was read into record as a motion excerpt that we received, that we was
Ben, she
suspended.
is pulling the resolution to hand out to everyone.
Okay.
And you do have representatives here from both the board, from TLE and from SU.
But I mean, those are just my things that I don't know. I don't remember having a suspension on anything. I don't remember passing anything like that. That's my concern on it. So again, communities are more important than what we are representing here. So again, if it's Christmas coming up, you guys are not having it. So I'm just concerned why you guys are suspended. That's my biggest concern right now. But I guess as far as the resolution issue, I guess if these other committees are here, we need to discuss that, and make it a bigger conversation, a lengthy conversation, because again, there's going to be people listening. People are going to be coming in here to say, hey, I got to have my say so too. So just to be aware, make that known to everybody. So thank you.
Tammy and then Emily.
Okay, so I got some questions. It's not the north side of the range, it's the south side of the range that you guys are not having any type of agreement on?
Well, the resolution is placed designating the entirety of South Range Unit 55 to Antelope Community.
Okay,
The North Range Unit 55, that's administered between SGU and the BIA. They have a leasing permit on that.
okay,
And that's roughly, as far as acreage, it's pretty much similar. As far as from my standpoint, looking at this from the stocking rate position, what SGU has for the North Range Unit 55 is sufficient enough for what their target number is as far as what they want to have for a buffalo herd. As far as the South Range Unit 55 in its entirety, looking at how much of what was originally allocated for the community, how much it's recovered, as far as from a production standpoint on a per acre basis, it's recovered greatly versus where it was about 10 years ago. And we'd like to implement the same management tools within the rest of the South Range at 55. And I think with that lease agreement that we revamped with SGU, we'd like to apply that same lease agreement, whether it's with SGU or some other operator, but apply it to that South Range Unit 55 to ensure that all of those resources on that acreage is given an opportunity to recover, to ensure that from this point going forward, that the land is going to be utilized as it should be without any abuse. And especially when you're dealing with buffalo or any type of livestock, as an operator, you do everything you can to ensure that your herd is going to be healthy, bottom line. And the biggest asset in that is that grass. If you're not taking care of that grass, there's no sense in having any livestock. And so from our standpoint, that's what we're looking at, is ensuring that that portion of that acreage, the grass is being managed effectively and efficiently.
Emily?
Thank you. Is it okay if I say, I just made a couple notes I want to be able to read. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to make a couple comments just to kind of bring us up to speed, but I just want to say, since I was the one that was making one of the motions in question, I want to kind of give a background on my intention of that. I know the word suspension is what is being used, but that was not the intention. So the intention was to temporarily put a hold on that lease so that we could figure out all of this, because the land use and the land use status of this unit, of this actual whole community land, of all of our lands, is a mess, and there's a lot of unknowns there. And because of that, it even got down to, well, who's managing it? Is it BIA? Is it Solo? Is it TLE? Is it the community themselves? Which then leads to a whole bigger conversation about how we are managing our land in relationship to the communities. So that, I mean, that I don't want to touch on all of that right now, but that's what it leads to also, and that needs to be had. But back to this one. I think that the way I felt, because I was new last year and this action had already been taken place about the new resolution, it did in essence create sides where one was more comfortable with the old resolution, one side was more comfortable with the new resolution. And so again, my intention was not to side with either, because I think we're all the same. This is all of our land, these are all of our entities. How do we find that middle ground? So back to my intention is, we don't even know what the land status is. We don't know how many acres, we don't know where's which, we don't know the map boundaries, we don't know who's leasing what, we don't know all the hay history. I mean, there's a lot of levels to this. And so my intention again was to clarify that, so that TLE, BIA, Solo could all work together, so that we could reestablish land use boundaries, so that we could say, what is your need? What is your need? Find that happy medium, but we're not even getting to that point because we're still side versus side. Again, the intention was to allow for plans to come forward, to the need to come forward. What is the budget? What is the need? Because my motion said was to provide whatever the budgetary need was for the community and SGU in immediate time. It wasn't just to cut both of them off and leave them hanging. If they needed hay, we would find that. If they needed money, we could find that. But we have never heard from either one of them. In fact, what was happening is they were trying to one-up each other. So pretty soon land use issues came again, because how are we supposed to talk about a piece of land right now when the land use isn't even suitable for the needs? And so again, it came back to, well, what are we really talking about? Just control of this land, right? And so I just want to say that it is not fair to not have both sides. I don't know if it's fair to have this conversation in front of everybody. Maybe that's the only way to get it done, but I would really want to hope to have it in a good way where we allow both entities to have a seat at this table, or whatever table we're going to be at, and hash it out. Because we tried it, it went one time, we didn't have any resolution, it got brought up at council again, we made action, even though we said we weren't gonna take action without both parties there, and then it was ruled out of order, and then the whole thing just stopped. And so it is really frustrating even for me, and I've only been part of it for a year, so I can only imagine how the entities feel. So we owe them a resolution in this, not like a literal paper resolution, but a solution to this. And so, okay, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, Emily, I'm gonna just respond real quick. This has been going on. The original resolution was way back before all of our time. And the decision to amend that or to change that happened before you and I came to this council, before some of the new ones came to this council. So it has been ongoing for a long time. And like I did mention, we do have a few here that are on the SGU board that are on our land and natural. And they have attempted to all meet together, and it never works. It's just like for years now, we have tried to take and consolidate all of our land programs under one roof so that there isn't all this confusion and all these inconsistencies, and it never comes to fruition. So it's very difficult. they asked to be on the agenda, and that's why they're here. A lot of times people ask to be on the agenda, and it's really a bad practice that the other parties are not involved. I listened yesterday, and some of that same thing happened yesterday. But today, they asked to be on the agenda because they want answers. They can give you information to work with, because this body needs to come to that final solution. It has been a ping pong game on the table, back and forth to too many of the different programs, and it's time for them to have a resolution, for this body to make a final decision. What you had proposed back then, it sounded workable because you were trying to compromise and have both the community and SGU come to a point where they all agreed. But we came back to the next meeting thinking that that was going to come to the floor. It didn't. Instead, it was thrown completely out of this room, not by us. But Tammy, Sherry, and Melinda.
Okay, I have another question. So before SGU got involved in a lot of this, who was that? Who did the land belong to is basically what I want to know. Who managed that? Was it BIA? Was it TLE? Was it the tribe? So
Prior to that, it was utilized by the tribal ranch.
okay.
Everyone utilizing that acreage.
And they decided not.
So they decided not to, and then you guys took over on it? On the lease or whatever? Was there even a lease?
Can I respond?
Melinda.
Okay, yeah, that was brought to the floor, it was decided then, and Russell sat around that table, also, you know, Glenn sat around that table. Tribal Ranch had released that range unit 55, so that's how it became underneath Antelope Communities
Okay.
Management. So my question is where, from that point to now, where is the documentation where it was divided for SGU? That's one of our concerns were. So that's, and we wouldn't have questioned that unless it was TLE that brought it to us, to our attention and said, there's no documentation on that. So why don't you guys just go ahead and apply for all of it? So we went back to SGU, talked to them, they said, well, we're gonna eliminate our herd, just go ahead and apply for it. We said, oh, okay. Well, we didn't know it was gonna be that simple. We came to council with that resolution. There was passed again to take this back to the Board of Regents. We met with the Board of Regents that time, and the same issue. Well, now we don't need that land because we're doing other ventures now. We're gonna do welding and all that, so we're gonna eliminate our buffalo herd. Go ahead. So that's how we came to the floor and said, well, we met with everybody that was asked, required, so we came to the table. So that's how that resolution passed. But yeah, it was underneath Tribal Ranch, given to Antelope Community. Then we don't know when and where it was officially split.
So both units on north and
I
south?
believe so. I'm not sure how that went.
So both units, north and south, were given to you guys and it was split, or was it just the south unit that was given to you and it was split?
It was the south? I believe just the south, yeah. Yeah, because BIA always managed that North Range unit on top.
And that's where SGU has with BIA, is that north on top?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
And if in the history of all this, Tammy, somewhere along the way, part of the reason why, because I talked with SGU and I looked at some of the documents when this came up to the floor last year.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons SGU needed that portion of land is because of their accreditation. On the floor, we were told, oh, if we don't do this, they're gonna lose accreditation. I looked into it. I actually called SGU and talked to the vice president then, or the president, acting president. I asked, is this a fact? And he said, no, we're good for another year because the accreditation won't come up again. The land actually, like with our university and others, that land involved in there, there's more to it. So there is a lot of history here. When we come in, we don't know all that history, so we hear and then we assume. But it is a long history, so we'll have to keep reading everything until we get there. But these guys need a final decision. But if that's all your questions, I'll go to Sherry. Sherry?
Thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Unfortunately, we didn't get this resolved. So for me, whenever this came up,
To me, the big issue is we have 20 communities. And they all have a financial need that we support. We have 20 communities that we support financially. We support them through the casino. They each get a drawdown. Unfortunately, the casino hasn't been doing very well, so some of them haven't been getting that drawdown. Now communities are looking for other ways to get money. And doing land leases or getting lease money has been the next option. So we have a couple of communities that get money directly from TLE. So but that land is managed by TLE. Now, in this instance, the difference is the community, this community, St. Francis community, and I think those are the only two, they actually manage the land. They're in charge of compliance. I mean, with the resolution that was given, they're in charge of the compliance of it, and they put out the bids. They received the bids, they opened the bids, all of that. So for me, that's a concern to me because, and I said this when you were here last time, you know a lot about land, ranching, all of that. What if if we did this and then none of you got reelected, then you guys would have a community that would have a huge responsibility for our land. And there would be people in there possibly who don't know how to do that management. So in my opinion, what we need to do to settle this is we need to draft an ordinance that states what community's authority is regarding land. Then we need to go in, or we need to identify pieces of land through TLE. Remember, that's going to take from our shares and give that money to the communities, but still allow our entities that we created to manage our land to do that. So for me, I just have the issue with the communities themselves being the land management because they're 1-year terms and it's nothing personal. They're 1-year terms. We have programs that are supposed to do this. So if we get all this information, that we said regarding the land, regarding the health of the land, like Councilwoman Boyd Valandra was asking, we get all the documents regarding SGU. I mean, we could even leave those 2 pieces of land out and find a couple of different pieces that are possibly TLE tracts. Because right now, I was under the impression that was tribal land and not TLE, right? Mm-hmm. Yep, that wasn't TLE land. It's BIA or tribal or, yeah. Yeah. And I get that it's all tribal, Mike, but what I'm saying is the who's in charge of the management of it, and it's BIA, so it's a range unit, so it's BIA. So if there's entities that are there that are supposed to manage the land, we should let them manage the land, do their normal business, and give the communities some funds from community lands. But then there's an instance too, like my community, Rosebud, where is the land that we have that we could get lease money from? Because there's hardly any. As big as Rosebud community's population is, our boundaries are one of the smallest. So I just want to say, I feel like that's the action we need to take. We need to let our land management entities manage the land and then find funding within that to allocate to communities. Thank you.
Mike,
Yeah, thank you. Sure. Yeah, as a chairman of the SGU Board of Regents, I can act as spokesman. I can't make any commitments. Now, from my knowledge of the situation, Range Unit 55 was developed long before SGU or Antelope community got involved in it. All I know is that I don't have the resolution in front of me. I wasn't prepared for for this morning. But first, I want to say SGU is still waiting for an invitation from anybody officially to meet with Land and Natural Committee or whoever to work this out. I need to say that first. Russell, we met with Russell last week, and although we didn't specifically state that, we're willing to sit down, and this is not the place to settle it. We're quite willing to sit down and work this out. Now, all I know is, I don't have the resolution in front of me, but I believe it was in 1993, maybe it was 92 or 94. Mr. Bordeaux, Lionel brought a resolution in here requesting that the tribal council approve carving out so many acres, out of Range Unit 55 for use by universities. Okay, that there is that resolution. And now exactly what sections of land south of the dam are involved in there, I can't speak to that because, again, I don't have a map in front of me or anything. And the acreage, I believe, was in the amount of 1,200 acres or something. Now, at the time, the university was in the process of getting into the buffalo herd building operation. Now, again, I don't know that was the only reason that SGU asked for as many acres as it did, was specifically to accommodate the buffalo development thing. It was primarily because SGU at that time had received the designation as a land grant college. And land grant colleges are by federal law and federal regulations are able to secure federal funding to develop and provide educational services that deal with land management, land use, that sort of thing. If you look at South Dakota State University as an example, that's a land grant college. State and university are both land grant colleges, and each of those colleges have land given to them by the state of South Dakota that they use to develop their curriculum. They're into animal husbandry, all that stuff. Anything to do with farming, ranching, they actually have land that they farm for educational purposes. It's much like a laboratory thing, for a lack of a better way to explain it. So it's all about development. When you have that designation, it's primarily about development of agriculture and anything else. The bottom line is that the university does. Now we have to look down the road. The university, I hope, is going to be here 50 years from now. We would all hope that, don't we? So there's going to be development. SU started out in a little red building right over here where we use for parking, right over here, and then it moved to Mission, and then it moved to basically where it's at now, and it's going to grow over the years, and it needs space to do that. Now, because we have the land grant designation, we are able to access a few $100,000 from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for educational purposes. That's one benefit that comes from the land grant thing. Now, and again, forgive me, I didn't come prepared to really speak to this, but I guess the bottom line is that the leaders of this tribe at the time, granted SGU a charter to begin with, out of respect and the need for education, higher education, correct? And over the years, as in the case where when Lionel brought that resolution here, asking for so many acres, it was given to them out of respect for, by the tribal government. which is this body right here. You know, their respect for the needs of the university. Now for, and I'm not going to say this to, you know, in a mean-spirited way or anything, but it's for tribal government to come along years later and, you know, throw a monkey wrench in it. It's not cool at all. I would think you would agree. If nothing more than, I mean, what value do you put on higher education? That's really what it comes down to. I know communities are important also, but what value do you put on higher education? Again, now, speaking to the Buffalo thing, the university did, and this all happened before I got there. The university did get to a point where they did have too many buffalo, and consequently, the land did get abused. Now, I recognized that when I came on board over there, that it was the buffalo herd was way more than what we could manage, not only physically but economically and whatnot. It was taking money away from educational services, you know, that we provide for our students and whatnot. So we decided to downsize the operation, and we're in the process of doing that. Now, at no time did we tell anybody that we no longer need the land that was given to us by this body back in a couple of decades ago, that we no longer needed that. We never said that to anybody. We just said we were getting out of the business. We were leasing some of Antelope Community's land and running buffalo on there, and we didn't need that land anymore. That's the only thing. We didn't say we didn't need any of the other land that we're basically talking about today. So I need to make that correction. Again, at any rate, without all the information and the history here, I don't think that this is the place to make a finite decision. And I hope we wouldn't do that. But again, we're quite willing to sit down and work this out. So with that, I ask that you consider.
So before I give the floor to Melinda, so Mike, with what you're saying, 63 years ago, this was originally put in place. And as you said, things changed. And we all realize that the term you set here, you make decisions, you make resolutions, you try to follow the ordinances, the Constitution, and with each term, decisions are turned over. Things that we all feel are right, things that we feel we're doing in a good way for our tribal members. Anything that you do within the term that you're sitting here, when we all leave, somebody else is going to come in here and overturn it again. Because it all depends on what people's focuses are, what their mission and their goals are for our tribe as a whole. When you're sitting in this circle, you're elected for the Oyate to do legislation for the people, to come up with the plan, with the resolution, to do these things. So I have them up here to let them be heard, because that's what they ask. We always say, like Mr. Rattlingleaf said, that they're here and we need to hear them. And so with all due respect, I honored that and allowed them to be here. And they need to be heard. You as a body need to make a decision. Where is this going to end? Who's going to make that final decision? Come up with that plan. I know Emily tried to last year, and she tried to come up with a compromise between both SGU and the community. And it's over a year later, and we're here still. So I'm going to let her, she has some questions in response to what you said.
If I could just make one more point that
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, as far as the buffalo herd is concerned and whatnot, we, as I explained, we determined a couple of years ago that we were going to downsize our herd to something to numbers that we could use for educational purposes and nothing more than that. And that the target number there is around 45 or 50, and by this time next year we'll be down to that point. We had a sale just the other day, as a matter of fact, so, but there are over the long term, again, as long as SGU is in existence, it's going to need land for development of not only, facility development and whatnot, but it's all for educational development. You know, someday, I would think that you would have nothing against STU offering courses in farming and agriculture and animal husbandry and that sort of thing, would you not? I mean, this is primarily cattle country. A lot of tribal members are in the cattle business. And just the science and the business that has to do with running animals on your land, you know, incorporating that into the educational process over to SGU. What's wrong with that? You know, and you need a laboratory to do that sort of thing. And a laboratory in this case is land and animals. I can't put it any simpler than that.
Linda.
Okay. I guess my question is right now is, Mike, are you sitting as a council representative? Or are you sitting on behalf of SGU? That's my first question. Because we're here to
I
be
don't know
the
that
council. Okay, I'm just asking. I just want to order.
Well, I can fire back.
Point of order. I just asked a question because
She initiated it.
Yeah.
That's the kind of attitude we've been dealing with.
If you want to ask a
Why we
question,
haven't solved
Seth,
anything.
ask the question. Don't go in another direction. Be professional with each other. Yeah. Because we have to be able to work together if we're going to come to a resolution. Everyone is frustrated with it because it's been so long. I understand. Frustrated, but if we're going to work with you, we all have to work together. So,
Well, I had another question, follow that up, because if he's gonna be sitting here representing SGU, then he's gonna have to recuse himself from any decision that's gonna be made. I just want to point that out. I guess with the accreditation, we did contact Higher Learning at the education, the main office, we did contact them, because that was the question that was brought here that Mike was bringing to the floor. This land, South Range Unit 55, does not jeopardize their education grant whatsoever. What that grant is established is on their campus. As long as they have their campus on tribal land, they're eligible for that land grant or that higher education for that land grant. So you guys are getting misled in a different direction, because I did reach out and contact the main office there, and I did get a follow-up. And they are up for review this coming year. So if there's any questions, to write them back. But I did ask that question because we never got any response from SGU or from anybody else. So we ended up doing our research, and we do have that letter on record that this South Range Unit 55 has nothing to do with their higher education with their land grant status. So I do have that in black and white as far as documentation. As far as, you know, that was one of the main things they keep bringing up. And like I said, we did our research, and we do want to come with a compromise. And what came to the floor was we was trying to work with everybody and resolve it so we can have a map to issue with our land description. And that's where we're at now. And we still have no maps. We're still waiting for maps. We're still waiting for a resolve for everything. We're not here to fight with everybody. We just need to get something resolved. Our community is hurting. We have bills to pay. We have Christmas around the corner. We do all our events. And we budget money for each one of these events. We help with funeral assistance. We help with medical assistance. We actually established a food pantry now. We're working on food boxes, emergency food boxes for our people. We purchase our own wood, get donations of wood that comes in. You know, we do it all on our own. And I just feel that we're just getting pushed back to having to beg for money all the time. And I think, you know, we just get this resolved today and we can move forward. So that's the question we wanted to ask, was just to go ahead and, you know, reaffirm that resolution so we can move forward with that.
Sherry,
Tanel?
Sherry, and then Tanel.
Thank you. So I guess I want to take some action regarding the stuff that I talked about earlier. I don't know if the council supports my ideas or not, but I really don't like us getting hollered at over things when we're just trying to make the best decision for the tribe. The community, you're saying you're doing this all on your own, but you're not. This is tribal land and tribal funds. So the tribe is funding your community events. And throughout the duration, we are always supporting the community. What was it for the community cleanup that you guys did? No other community got that $1,050 that you guys got for cleaning up that mess in Antelope. All of us have, illegal dumping sites in our communities and nobody's getting funded for that. When you guys hosted, your shelter, you asked for reimbursement. You got it from the tribe. So I don't want people to think that you're here begging for money and we're never helping the community. We help all our communities as much as we can. We have some communities that don't get land money at all. So for me, I'm thinking, how can we help all of our communities, not just Antelope? Antelope's one of our biggest communities by population. So I'm sure they have a lot of needs, a lot of tribal members to help. A lot of the stuff that you named, funeral assistance, community services offers that too. Fly out assistance, community services offers that. So a lot of the things that you say that you are doing, we have tribal programs that do that as well. So I don't think that people are necessarily going without because the tribe does have that. Your services are an extra assistance, which I'm sure is greatly appreciated, and I'm glad that you guys help your community members. What about the rest of our communities that we have? So I would like to make a motion. I don't even know how to phrase this motion, but I'd like to make a motion that we have the Land and Natural Committee develop criteria regarding land lease, authorization for communities, all 20 of them. And that they work with TLE and BIA to come up with a solution that benefits all of our communities. Solo. At the next Land and Natural Committee meeting.
Do I have a second? Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0, 1. Third question?
Oh, no,
It's okay.
question.
Is there a question too?
There wasn't a question.
We need a question.
Did somebody question? Michelle was. Michelle. Okay, the vote was what, Tina?
1. 2.
Emily? Oh, wait, no, it's Neil and then Emily.
My question is, so we're back here again. You all had 6 months. 6 months from those packets that we handed out. Where has it gotten? That's my question to all of you, well, except for the new ones that came in. You all had 6 months. 6 months, you're supposed to hit this floor in October to resolve this. I know what we've been doing as community officers, setting meetings, trying to pull everybody together, looking for solutions. I know for a fact, SGU hasn't reached out to us. Everybody knew we had meetings going on about our land, trying to pull everybody together to find this resolution. But we find ourselves right back here today. I like the motion, Councilor Rosebud made. But okay, so you're concerned about these communities and the land. The communities leased out and whatever. What about SGU? How come you ain't concerned about that? There should be a resolution or a motion made for SGU. They shouldn't lease land either. They shouldn't get grants from theirs either. And one thing I want to remind this body, the communities, all 20, are all umbrella underneath this tribe. We are the tribe. SGU, that's a chartered entity. That needs to be reminded.
Us, the community, every community you all represent is all umbrella. And I want you guys to all remember that. And some comments or concerns, it's not our fault. It's not Hamilton's fault that other communities don't have a chairman, a vice chairman, our volunteers that come in each day to represent our community. It's not our fault. We do what we can for our community. So that means Swift Bear, Rosebud, everywhere else, their officers should stand up, do their jobs as officers for their community, so that way they could push forward. That's not Antelope's fault. And as council reps for your community, stand up to them, tell them, let's get out there, let's do things. Instead of sitting back saying, well, our community, well, guess what? Step up. Before I go on to the next one, point of order. Before I go on to the next one, Sherry, in your motion, you didn't set a date or a time frame.
I just said that the next, land and natural,
Okay.
just because I'm unsure of when the next one will be because of all the.
First of the month, that's Monday's
Okay.
council.
Emily, Chris, and Royal.
Thank you. How much to say, because I really feel we're not gonna get a resolution today, so I just feel bad for everybody involved. I just want to say that the reason why I made that previous motion last year was because neither one of these resolutions, whether we reaffirm the 2023 or we go back the way we are right now, is fixing the land use issues. The land use issues, like when they talk about maps, the reason why we can't create maps is because nobody knows. I made a resolution or a motion over 6 months ago. It might even be closer to a year now, back in Land and Natural, requesting BIA to give me just the boundaries of Antelope community, not the tiny, but the land boundaries of the whole community. What's the land status in there? Who's leasing what? Who's managing what? And they still can't provide that to me, and that's troublesome. That's troubling. And so that is what I'm talking about for land use issues, not this versus them versus like that here. I'm just talking about there's no way to find that resolution until we take the time to look at the land, until this could be a great opportunity to do that. Yeah, let's pull everybody to the table. And another thing that I want to remind everybody is back in 2010, I think maybe it was a little around that era, the Land Use Commission for Titles 18 and 19 was revised. There's a lot of training that went into that, but unfortunately it had to stop. And the reason why I know that is because I was the acting land use director at the time. And this body is and has been since then the Intermediate Land Use Commission. And there's a lot of responsibility to that that's been ignored for a decade or longer. And so I just want to say there is an opportunity to revive that, to have conversations to that, but then we have to put attention to Titles 18 and 19 because they need some work also. So we have some framework to work with, but I just want to say that we have the opportunity to use this as momentum to bring us together and forward rather than furthering this divide. Because like others have mentioned, this is an issue for all of our communities. This is an opportunity for us to have a say. This is our land, all of us, not if you live in one community, that's not your land. If you live in that community, you can't. That's hopefully not the direction that we're heading towards. So I just wanted to say that I have a lot more to say. There's a lot more information, but I just don't know if this is the appropriate time because I feel like it might seem a little one-sided or lopsided. So thank you.
Thank you, Emily. And before I give Chris the floor, in response to what you're saying, one of the things that I brought up in the past, and I'm going to bring it up again, we do need that land use commission. I know you wanted to wait till things were in place, but because of the dire need, because of all the situations that are occurring regarding land, we need to put the land use commission together. And any issues that are plans, the guidelines, things that need to be worked on can be worked on by that committee. So I'd like the council to take into serious consideration to reestablish a land use committee, and that will help resolve a lot of these issues that we're having to deal with here on the floor and in the Land and Natural Committee. Chris?
Aqui se te eu tinha até achando que pesquisa. I guess just a response to what Neil said too about, for the last 6 months, why haven't we done anything yet? I remember in April, after the minutes were made, after it was ruled out of order, I tried, when he had all the parties here, I tried to make another motion right after that to have all the parties come back together again because I knew that this was gonna happen again. I knew this was gonna happen again. But I was told by this body that, what's the point? It was rescinded. There's no need to worry about it anymore. And that's the information that I was given by this table. And so that's why, from my understanding, I can't speak for anyone else, but from my understanding, that's why I didn't look into it for 6 months because I was told not to by this body in the same room. Yeah, and it was in a duly called meeting, and SGU was sitting right here, Antelope was standing right there. But just for the record to be shown that that's my response to that because I was told I did try to do it right during the same meeting, but I was shut down by this room.
And with the resolution that Tina passed out last, it shows how many times it came to this floor and the motions made where it didn't really go anywhere. And that's why she had it brought in for y'all to look at. Royal and then Totes.
Yeah. Today was still not choose Buffalo. I wanna let Taco. The one like up there, you can't let Taco that you on that shit that hook away like in the leg. Walk like with Charles and walk like Leona Lila Taco, Lila Patita. It's summit and we chop Patita now. I started to choose me. Dagni na iwong la kanchnicha. Chale makoche iwag la kokile. Hena we talk chin oyate ti he. Chale iwag la kokile. Me we talk a company me. Tona tikla lena iwong la kabeshe. Dagni chusnicha. Yani wasichi lax. Lela. Onya, Nakowa City, kicking the can down the road, Larry. When I summit to Wagalaka, not quarter after 11, Little Wagalaka and the Wagalaka and the Hook Chazeka. I believe that, when we make decisions, and then it keeps coming back over and over and over and over. I want to make a decision and then move forward with the agenda. So I'll make that motion that Josh wanted to reaffirm the resolution and have the amended amendments that were made by Antelope community because Antelope's Oyate, they're the Oyate. Yes, SGU is a private entity. I'll say motion. I'll make that motion, Madam Chair, to reaffirm the resolution and have the amendments.
The resolution he's referring to is resolution 2023-197. Is that correct, Rob?
Yes.
Do I have a second? Bob, question? Chris? Hold on.
Oh, I just have a question. Does the one that we have with us have the amendments that they're referring to?
This is the one that I got. No, we need the amendment.
Did you want me to read it?
I will read it.
You do the floor and you can read it.
Yeah.
Rose, giving the floor to Tennille to read that to you, Emily.
So the amendments are, is therefore be it resolved, the Antelope community requests to utilize range unit 55 south 1/2 tract listing, all of section 1-4 minus the acreage set aside for White Horse housing, Antelope community housing, and acreage set aside for Sinte Gleshka University Antelope campus. All of section 9 through 12 minus the acreage set aside for Antelope community farmland, with all sections is exclusive of 2,802 acres and inclusive of the hay acreage containing 286.62 acres. As an economic development project and possibly many parking business, and that the lease be waived for Antelope community. Now, Therefore, be it resolved to supersede. I think that's all that language is.
Yeah. That'd be it.
What was the amendment? Is that increased acreage? That's so the increased acreage part is based off the map that Solo was doing, which you guys all received, and that was, what do you call it?
Emily, I'll provide that clarification. As far as the amended language to the
Yes.
resolution, it only pertains to the grazing acreage. The original resolution that was approved included the antelope cover for SGU. We're excluding that, the housing area, south side, South Antelope, all of that. It all pertains to just the South Green Unit 55, just the grazing acreage.
Okay,
That's it.
because the acreage increased quite a bit, so it's hard to tell where the acreage is without the map attached. So I was just curious if you're saying it decreased, but it actually increased in the 2,000 something from this resolution of 1645, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further questions, we have a motion on the floor with a second and a question.
I requested a roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
I have some questions.
And discussion.
So I don't like the language on this, but therefore be it resolved to supersede all past resolutions pertaining to the land described. Technically, we should have all those resolutions and rescind them. They shouldn't just be a blanket resolution stating that this supersedes all. That's where we get confused and have packets of resolutions in front of us and trying to figure out which one's in place. So I have a problem with that. I think that there's existing resolutions that need to come forth. Those need to be rescinded. Also, I can't read this map. And, lastly, this is going against the motion that I just made for the Land and Natural Office or Land and Natural Committee to come up with a solution. So I don't agree with this. I don't think that we should pass this today. I think we should go with the plan that we motioned to do before.
What's the motion?
To approve this resolution.
Repeat the motion.
To reaffirm, reconsider, and amend 2023-197.
So reaffirm it, so it's already affirmed, it's already been approved.
Emily and Michelle.
So I just have a question, because if the intent of this today is to have a resolution that we can move forward because a decision has been made, I just want to caution, because the reason why we're here today is because of this resolution that was not a solution. And so we're not addressing anything, we are just saying, well, rather than making SGU happy, now the antelope community is going to be happy and SGU is going to be non-happy. So I would just like to know what our plan of action is after this, if it does pass, because we're still going to have to address the land use issues. We're still going to have to address the boundaries. There's a lot of issues that I think still need to be addressed, and that this isn't going to clarify in that. So I was just wondering what the plan after. And also, if it's possible, if for some instance this doesn't pass, can we set a date or set some time? Because putting this on Land and Natural is whatever, but you're not going to get the creation of whatever that motion is in one meeting. You're going to have a meeting. You're going to have to get everybody with you or somebody with authority there, because we've seen, you know, what can happen if we don't have that. But we need to have a sit down with all the parties, including maybe the Land and Natural or somebody or whatever, but it's going to have to be a facilitated event. And I think that that's the only way that we're going to get. So my question is, can we move that up, or can we set a date? Because if not, we're looking in January, and I think
It'll be in January.
And I think even then it would need to be kind of, you know, scheduled out so people can be notified, the right people can come to the table, we can have all of the packets, all of the research done, because when we tried it last time, it was just like this, but nothing, you know what I mean? So I think if we were able to have a little bit more time and try it one last time, I don't want to know if that's needed, but anyway, I'm having some reservations that this isn't going to be a solution. It's going to create just.
Thank you, Emily. And before I move on to Michelle, this is the reason why we have committees. These are the discussions that take up all of the time on the council floor to address issues that have already been discussed, that have already had a motion made, a resolution made. This is why it ends up going from committee to committee to committee to council back to committee. When these kind of issues come up, they're supposed to be resolved at the committee level. And at the committee level, you do a recommendation to council. So by the time it gets here, we shouldn't have to have this debate so that we can get through our whole agenda, so that we can be productive for the Oyate. The committees are put in place to have such discussions before they get here. They're not supposed to come here and then have a long discussion. On these agendas, every one of these committees, you're supposed to be able to come here and make your report on what you discussed in your committees. I have not seen this happen in all the time I've been here, in the past to present. Every committee chair is responsible to report to this committee any actions or serious discussions that are going to require this council action. Those are supposed to all be ready and be presented here. We should be going down this list here, and every chair of every one of these committees should be presenting to this council a recommendation for the council to either approve or deny. And that's why when you're making a motion at the committee level, you say, I'd like to make a recommendation to move this to council for approval or denial. This is why we end up in these, like Royal said, kicking the can, lengthy discussions. These are discussions that should be happening at the committee level and then coming here for that final determination of what decision we as a body would make. I just wanted to remind everyone that if we were doing our job at the committee level, we wouldn't be having these long, drawn out discussions and having people come here, go back, come here and go back. So I hope that today this can have a final decision of where it's going to go, who's going to come up with the solution so that everyone can move on forward. Michelle, Tammy, Totes.
All right, my question is, how can we reaffirm a motion that President Herman declared out of order on July 30th, 2024? He declared it out of order and he sent it back to Land and Natural. So I think that, I don't know, I agree with Emily. We need to have one whole day set aside with all parties present, not just hear one side and then have another party come in the way it has been the last year. Everybody needs an opportunity to speak and we need all documents in front of us before we can make any motions and decisions.
And that is continuous. This has been what's been happening. Your same discussion just now has come up before. Let's get everybody in the room. Let's get everybody at the table to talk about it, and it hasn't happened. And that's why they're back here again. So if we're going to make that recommendation again with Sherry's motion that she did make, I have to agree with Sherry Royal. I'm sorry, but it is a motion out of order because Sherry had made one prior with the resolution.
I don't agree. You're gonna do that.
Tammy and Totes.
A motion to table this discussion. It's taken a long time. We have a motion on the floor right now. And to be, in all honesty, I don't know what's going on, and I apologize, I don't know what's going on. But this should go back to what she said, a working committee. With that motion to table, I'm requesting that you set a date in January where the college comes down, and if they don't show up, that's on them. Then we can move forward. But that date needs to happen. That meeting needs to happen. We need to get some resolve for not only the community, but also for SGU. So my motion is to table this.
If you're tabling it, we can't have any further discussion, so we'll just have to set that meeting up on our own. Sherry, second. So the discussion is tabled. There's no more discussion on this topic. You don't vote on a table.
You
don't vote on a table, right?
Yeah.
All right, all in favor of the tabling motion? Oh, question, sorry. I came straight from a 300-mile drive. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3,
3. Not voting? 1. Okay, with that tabling motion passing, there is no more discussion today on this subject. Yes, sir. As long as it's not about this discussion, I'm sorry, you can't talk about it.
Really, progress for me today.
So what happened to Noel? Motion that it just died? Cause it called for a question.
Yeah.
Oh,
Again, this motion, this discussion has been tabled. There is no further discussion on adult community today. Royal. If it's about the community, I'm gonna have to stop you.
This ain't about the community, but I wanna make a motion that, with all the discussion and Sherry's, motion and then the committee chair, I wanna make a motion for, with that and all this discussion for an hour and then all this. Now, I wanna make a motion to do away with all the committees and for council to come here and meet every day to get all this stuff done.
I second it.
Need a second to the Royal motion that no more committees, that council comes here every day and meets.
Yes.
Second, Totes, question. Bob,
Okay.
Roll call vote.
roll call vote.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Yeah.
Then this goes through, then,
Wait, can you get a discussion with us?
be able to do anything else. Pardon?
Get a discussion on this with us?
Discussion.
Okay, question, I just got some information from a previous council rep too, that a motion like this was previously made too, so if you go back in history books, it should be in the minutes in the digest somewhere back there, and I believe that it was never, known void, so we should still in it too, so, just saying. But, I'm second, oh, question.
Terry?
What are you saying?
I don't think that we can do this because each, committee is established by an ordinance. And those ordinances are set, and in order for a motion, I mean, the hierarchy goes, the Constitution, the Law and Order Code, ordinances, and then motions. So I think this motion is out of order.
Well,
Yeah, I wanna say that the discussion, we wanna talk about ordinances. But when we selected committees, ordinances, why does the judiciary ordinance supersede the personnel ordinance? When the personnel manual and ordinances were updated before, and the judiciary ordinance, when we selected committees here, they said no employees, no directors. So when we talk about ordinances, why does the judiciary ordinance supersede the personnel? So we look at ordinances to govern ourselves. We kind of select which ordinances we want to supersede another ordinance. I don't get that, so I'm sorry. You try to push ordinances on me, but judiciary and personnel, there's 2 ordinances there. So 2 ordinances, why did the judiciary supersede personnel? No.
He's asking.
yeah.
Okay.
Totes.
Right after you. You know, we brought something up yesterday on the floor. This agenda. We never get through it. We don't even give the committees an opportunity to speak. You know, because this would have been resolved long time ago, but we never address our issues, you guys. We just kick the can down the road. So it's very important that we follow this, because Antelope community would have been heard months ago if we were allowed to follow this and come through, but we get sideways. We really have to stay on track. We do, you guys. Thank you.
Terry, Tammy.
I guess in order to answer your question, Royal, I would have to be able to understand completely what you're saying about the ordinance superseding. So if you could quote specific areas in the ordinance that you're talking about, because no ordinance is above the other. They're both equal. And we amended the personnel ordinance to allow employees to sit on committees. So if that's what you're talking about, so we have made that amendment. So now that amendment is in place and the ordinance allows for people to do that, for employees to sit. So,
Ordinance superseding personnel.
in what instance, so?
Okay, Nicole had this pulled up. I asked her to have them bring it in. Can you pull it up again? They researched it
I
and
still
what they.
have the floor, I want to
Oh,
finish.
I'm sorry,
So-
you and Royal were talking, so I
Okay,
figured you were
no,
done.
I was just responding to his question. So the other thing that I wanted to say too, one of the things that the council needs to do as far as committees. So, Councilwoman Juan, talked about how we don't get business done and we never get to things. Committees can't get work done if you're constantly just hearing from programs. Some of the committees that I have been on, we took a different route and we do a working session and a program report day. That helps us bring actual legislation forward and gives us time to do work groups. That way you're not just hearing from a line of programs out the door. So that's something that needs to be considered too.
Toasted and Tammy, but before you go, I want to read this to you. And then after Tammy's done, I am going to call for a break so everyone can take a breather and come back in and work together. I think everyone needs a short break here. Not yet, I was waiting for you to fill it up, so you don't need to let her.
Yeah.
She's gonna look for that, but before I move on to Tilton to Tammy, this is one of the things that we all really need to work hard on doing. A lot of our ordinances and constitution have been being violated for several years. And everyone is, and no one is free from saying, I've never violated it, because it has been violated. And that was one of the things that I wanted to try to work on, is that we get our ordinances, start following our ordinances, and before an ordinance can be changed, we follow the policy of changing something within an ordinance. That's why you have your Bible. It gives you a guide. It gives you a guide for each committee to tell you what you can and cannot do, what your responsibilities are, when you're violating people's rights, when you could be subject to having ethics drawn on you because you're not following those ordinances. Totes and Tammy. And then we're gonna take a break for lunch.
And you know, some of these boards that they've been referred to, Land and Natural, TLE, SG, all those, some of our people that sit around this table also, it's a conflict of interest because they sit on those three boards. They sit on, so which side are they really on? So it's a conflict of interest. So we need to find the balance there also with those that are on those boards. Thank you.
Okay.
I was gonna say, but, I haven't been here for 7 years, so I haven't violated anything this present with life, you know, but the violations have happened to me. Go figure. I think that, you know, in the Constitution, it says that we meet once a month, but in the other ordinance, it says that we meet so many other times. Maybe we need to amend that or set a resolution or do something here to where we can actually meet maybe 2-3 times a week to get a lot of this business done until it's actually done, and then go back to what we're supposed to be doing. Because we do have a lot of business. We don't even get through the agenda. You know, set a date for when people want to come here, even though they can come here whenever they want, but at least they'll know, hey, today is the day where we can be heard or something. But on the other hand, I mean, we do go through a lot of business. We do need to start, being accountable for our agenda and to the people. But we need to meet more often and start getting actual business done, because we spent the majority of the day yesterday just approving resolutions. There was a few things that I've asked about from the last meeting where the vice president told me, okay, well, we'll address that. And then she told me we'll address later. And that was stuff that my community wanted to know. And yesterday I brought up the TELP loan issue for IHS employees. And, Christmas is coming here pretty soon. That needs to be acted upon. We have tribal members that work up there that would like to get involved in this, make some criteria, work there for at least 5 years, However, we're gonna hold them responsible, because I know what happened last time. A lot of them didn't pay it back, and those are IHS employees who need to be responsible for their credit and to their debts that are owed. But I do want something done today about the TALP loans for IHS employees. Maybe Wayne can go back there and meet with Alon and get some type of whatever is presented real quick, and we can do that. But I want to make a motion that we have at least a few special meetings in January, because I know everybody's going to be busy until after Christmas. But if at least 3 special meetings in January to get a lot of our business done.
Motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor right now, Tammy.
Okay.
And Wayne did go back before we move on to talk to Eric about Royal's motion, because we do need to start following the ordinances. So we'll take a few minutes break while we're waiting for our attorney to come back up.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Can we give Antelope some funds so they can continue for Christmas? Because we've been in limbo here.
All the committees are getting money from.
See, this came up on the floor not too long ago. Wayne had brought up that because of the situation with our casino not giving us enough revenue to give to the communities had not been getting funding. However, Wayne did say, and I don't remember which meeting it was, that all communities were getting funds from the general account.
When we approved our 2025 budget, we moved our community allocations from the casino account to the general.
So they should be getting
out
funds.
monthly. And that's just allocations.
Does it fluctuate with the amount of community members?
So that's
The
the,
larger communities get more than like what the smaller communities for the smallest.
Can I make a comment to this? I just wanted to bring up that whenever I did make that original motion back, I know it got rescinded or whatever, there was language in there to allow the community to bring a budget request or a budget need, and the council would fund it. So that was the intention then, was not to leave them without their lease revenue for this year, which that is the case. So if we can find something for whatever their need is right now.
Emily, that's part of the table motion. So
Okay, sorry
it
about
can't be
that. Thank you.
discussed. But as far as your question, all communities are getting funding right now, right? What did Eric say about Royal's motion?
Same thing that, have them come in, you come in. but-
Yeah. Is he coming?
Whatever the communities is that, the communities are getting their monthly allocations in the general account. They are getting their money.
All communities.
Yeah.
Tammy?
I know we have 2 motions on the floor here, but maybe I
We
can.
only have one at the moment, just his.
Okay, well, whenever we're done with that one, do another motion, because I know TLE has money. They can, give the communities an allotment of money or whatever for Christmas.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris?
Along that same discussion as, Council Rep, Wilcox too, and what about Red Coat too? I mean, they're supposed to do the revenue basis of our tribe. Why don't we look for them for someone to give to them, to our other communities as well? I mean, if someone over there can make over $200,000 a year, I think we can afford it.
Yeah, we can afford it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that's okay, we have to give a control. You control one, like, you know, looking like it's each of them, yin was the cheat up. Sorry, Council or Anlo. We kicked the can down the road. I thought folks in, Baby Chief, they'd use my line. That was my line. I kicked the can down the road. My last term, we did that all the time. And it's continuing our tradition today. Whatever we talk about, we kick it down the road so we could discuss it a year or two later. That's what's happening today. A lot of these tribal programs aren't doing their job. Madam Chair, I think you need to start cracking the whip. Hold some of these programs accountable. That's not happening. But anyway, that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that since we have so much money and throwing money all over the place, I kind of like to throw my 2 cents in too. I kind of like to give a Christmas bonus to all the tribal member elderly people. If that's feasible, I want them to get a bonus too. Yeah, I'm an elderly, I'm 71 years old, but it's not going to be for me. I'm a councilman. It's going to be for the elderly people. So if you guys got gracious heart as I've expressed today, then I would ask you guys to consider giving a bonus to the elderly people. That's it, Joe.
Thank you, Bob. Eric? We need you to come up here to resolve something. Royal wanted to make a motion to have all council be here to meet every day. To do. And do away with the committees.
You have a motion written down?
Yeah.
In fact,
A motion to do away with all committees and have council meet daily.
Morning, council. So your committees are established by ordinance. So if you want to abolish a particular committee, you have to take you can't do it by motion because an ordinance is higher priority than a motion. So it goes motions, resolutions, ordinances, constitution. To me, that would be the same thing as making a motion to ignore a certain part of the constitution. We're not going to follow it today. Well, it's the same thing. So you gotta follow your process and reconsider and amend every ordinance that establishes your committees if you want to abolish that particular committee. That's just my opinion. So, and the other thing is, I wanted to remind everybody that you're on YouTube and lots of people watching, not just tribal members. So I've talked to other tribal officials and they ask me about stuff that happens here. And I mentioned to them, how do you know that? I said, well, everybody watches the council meetings on YouTube. Remind you that you're all on TV and world watches.
With that explanation, I will call Royal's motion out of order and we'll take a lunch break. Oh, and when we come back, we'll do your motion and early lunch break. Yep, we'll take an early lunch break. When we come back, we'll do Tammy and Bob's. Did you make that? Okay, so in an hour.
That Royal's gonna punch me. What? See, like this. I'm like, oh. I don't know.
And we have, I know, Mr. Rowling, if you mentioned resolutions, but we have a lot of resolutions that need to get approved. So if we can get those done today, we can move on. And then not sure if you guys want to finish selecting for the committees who's still outstanding here that we need to get filled. Who's going to read this in? Did it go to a committee? No, it didn't.
Emily was talking about it, someone's thinking about it.
It's land and natural. Chris? Okay.
This is the Ion one?
Yeah. This resolution is needed in order for, Ione Quigley to accept some funds that came into them.
Yeah.
Tina, you wanna give this to Chris?
Remember, we have that hand resolution.
Okay, and then, it's on a deadline. The BI let her go ahead and accept the funding, but it has to have a resolution in place. It's a requirement of the BI to have a resolution in place.
While the passing this out, motion for emergency legislation.
Need a second to the emergency? Charles? Question code, all in favor of emergency legislation?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion to approve, Chris?
363.
Motion to approve resolution 24-363. I started off with the.
Need a second, Ben?
I'll start off with the third whereas. Whereas availability of one-time, non-reoccurring carryover funding in the amount of $4,000 for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Tribal Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Management Program. Whereas an employee of THP and CRM will be attending range staff professional development, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves the obligation of funds in the amount of $4,000 for the expenditures toward attending a range staff professional development. The tribal, therefore, be it finally resolved that the tribal council does direct the tribal president or her designee of the tribe to sign all documents and assurances in conjunction with these activities.
Any question? Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next one.
This is Tom.
It's in the hands one.
Yeah, so we're gonna do. Did you pass that one on already? That's the one you had it yesterday, yeah.
363.
359.
Yeah, yesterday was 359.
Oh, no, the one which is
363.
Bringing that on. Like what number was it? 363.
Was already read in, right? So I just
Yeah.
need to.
What do you need for some amendment?
What? Did you just need to approve because it must be.
Oh, there's a new number on here because there was 20.
Yeah, that's it.
359? Yeah.
353. Just need a motion to approve.
Just a motion to approve 2024-359.
I need a second. Tammy, question? Chris?
It's already read into it. Want me to read
Are you
it?
ready? Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting?
0.
Carried. Next one. We don't have our,
Oh, you should.
yesterday we just did all the emergency legislation ones. And anyways, the next meeting?
Well, that's not for personnel when we need to wait, right?
Yeah. And then,
So we can move on to transportation. Go ahead, Tammy.
I still want to bring up the top loans for IHS employees.
is Wayne here?
He's in a meeting right now, so you want to bring it up when he comes back? He's on the phone call. Important.
Is this part of the agenda?
Pardon?
Is this part of the agenda?
Yeah.
They told me to
She
wait,
brought it up for the agenda yesterday, but we didn't.
they
Transportation.
told me to wait for the constitutional officer ones. Yeah, because remember that, we said wait for the.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted him to explain how long it took him to collect that time.
I know, that's why I said maybe we can add strict stipulations or something.
Yeah. So I didn't know how long it was.
So you didn't do the transportation committee?
How are we gonna do that? Then the TLE ones. Yeah, we did those ones with Wayne Boyd after him, on the bottom, so it's like Wayne Boyd. We did 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, and 9 on other. And we didn't do 1 through 6 TLE or transportation. There's no.
There's no.
The transportation run, is it already up there?
Okay, and inside of your package, you have the transportation one. That's the one we're gonna do next.
You should have it.
So someone from transportation, need you to read it in, bring it on the floor and read it in for record. Okay.
All right, it already has a number, so
Motion to approve.
motion to approve 2024-348.
Need a second? Chris?
Whereas a request proposal, RFP for BIA 5 intersection, BIA 501 and Tuttle Road. Study was advertised for 2 weeks, September 18th through October 2nd of 2024. In the local newspaper, to which there was a sole proposal from Camdris, Lee and Jackson, KLJ Engineering LLC. The RFP was re-advertised for a second time for 1 week, October 9th, or 9/16 of 2024. The proposal was opened at RST Techro on October 17th, 2024, to which there was a sole proposal from KLJ for the amount of $250,000. KLJ will conduct and deliver a safety engineering study that will address the safety concerns identified in the 2020 road safety audit and the 2021 tribal transportation safety plan and delivered. And whereas KLJ has extensive traffic analysis and modeling expertise to complete this. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee had a regular meeting on November 10th, I think. Oh, this was before that. I don't know exact date on it, but before the 10th, prior to that. 2024 discussed the BIA 5 intersection, BIA 501 and Tuttle Road. Study in motion was made by Rose to make a recommendation to the RST Council to select KLJ to complete the BIA 5 intersections, BIA 501 and Tuttle Road. Study in the amount of $250,000. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby acknowledges that the Tribal Transportation Committee recommendation accepts KLJ's proposal to BIA 5 intersections
BIA 5 and Tuttle Road, study an amount of $250,000. Acknowledges that the contract agreement with KLJ will be legally reviewed before the president, scratch name, just leave president as amended.
Yep.
Or designee sign the documents to ensure the best interest of the tribe is met. We resolve further that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to BIA 5 intersection, BIA 501 and Tuttle Road study.
Any discussion? Mike?
Can we get an explanation of what this is about? Well, all I can understand is an intersection.
It's an intersection west of St. Francis down where that Y is, I believe, from BIA 5 on.
Towards Grass Mountain?
Yes, on Grass Mountain. So they're going to do a study there to make it better, to see what the feasibility is to.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to detract from, that project, but I find it kind of strange, living in that area. I'm familiar with that road, but I'm also familiar with the south end of BIA route number, what is it, number 1? Which we commonly call the Kilgore Road. That patch of road is horrendous.
And there has
why it has not been deemed as being totally unsafe by anybody is beyond comprehension in my terms, in my world. I mean, the Grass Mountain Road, that's how I refer to it, is in way better shape than the Kilgore Road. And it's almost like the Kilgore Road has become a kind of a stepchild, in the tribe's road development projects. And a lot of people use that road. And it's gotten to a point where it has been patched so much that it is, you cannot safely drink a cup of coffee driving on that road. I'm serious. You cannot hold on to a cup of coffee and take a sip without the coffee spilling all over you. And I'd like some help here because I know some of you have used that road, and it's gotten to a point when that road gets icy and with that rough surface is can throw a car out of control. Even if you're only going 35, 40 miles an hour and you're going to end up in a ditch. You going any faster than that? And you could get hurt, and again, I know it was on the agenda one time several years ago, and then this project came in and basically began to suck up all the money that was available for construction. And I would challenge the traffic count on this road here compared to the traffic count on the Kilgore Road, and I think I would make my point. That's all I'll say about it.
And Tammy and then Michelle, or,
Just a reference to that.
Yeah.
There was a study that they started from St. Francis, the Kilgore Road south. Then they came in and they revised it to add in the town of St. Francis, through the town of St. Francis and also to the school. And then they're working with Nebraska to go into Nebraska to Kilgore. So I just saying that.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but if you think about it, and check out the condition of that road, even that sounds, like the way it should happen, Point is that road is so horrible, streets in St. Francis are pristine compared to that road out there, I mean, it's as simple as that.
Tammy and then Michelle and then Totes.
Mike, I think that project for the Kilgore Road might be in the process for like maybe next year, is it, or the year after?
Yeah, well, Tammy, I heard that 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know. But this road over here, the 6 Mile Corner Road, that was done with the grant, the Tiger grant. It was a very competitive grant.
But it required required the tribe to input money, and some of our construction money was providing that input. You know what I mean?
Well, I participated in helping with data for that.
Tribal contribution.
So that grant is specific for that road.
I know, but it's that Tiger grant requires that the tribe put in some of its own road construction money as match money. It does. That's where all our road construction money over the years has been going. That's my point.
Maybe you should appreciate transportation.
I am a member of the Transportation Committee and I should be there, but I mean, that wouldn't change the fact that this road was bad before I got here. It's been bad for a hell of a long time.
Mike,
And one of the reasons it is as terrible as it is because we do not exercise control over the traffic that goes over it. Heavy traffic, load limits, that sort of thing. We don't enforce any of that stuff. And there are gravel operations operating out of Kilgore that have used that road for years without 12 months out of the year. Heavy trucks go through there at nighttime because they want to evade the weigh stations and stuff during the spring when there are weight limits on. So that's one of the reasons why that road is in such terrible shape, because we have not enforced any load limit regulations on it at all. There's a little bitty sign like that. But
Mike, before I give the floor to Michelle, this conversation did come up before you came on, and the response was that the St. Francis Road would be within the next allocation of funding. And those decisions, the priorities are set by the committee. So to me, it seems like when you're in your committee meetings, that's where that discussion should be.
I just wanted to plant the seed, if you will, here, because I think it's that critical.
Michelle, Totes, and Ben.
I was just wondering, what is a study? I guess I'm not familiar with this terminology, and wondering what is it and why does it cost so much, $250,000? It's not actual work, is it?
It's not actual.
It's engineering design work.
Yeah,
Just
it's
the plan?
where to move the road, where to move the hill, I guess. This is just things like where to move a hill. You have to move dirt to see around the corner or something. It's just.
Site distance limitations, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So it's called a study, but they're
Bringing the road up
actually
to
gonna do some
code,
work?
basically.
What's that?
It's called a study, but they're actually gonna do some work by moving dirt?
No, they're not moving any dirt. No, this is just a study to see if you need to move dirt or don't need to,
It's like an analysis.
Yeah.
And it costs that much?
Yes, it's like the second resolution coming up. So if you go to the back pages.
Surveyors and.
It's like when you're doing infrastructure for a new construction site or for a new building or like a school. They have to come in and first do that infrastructure. The pre-planning, you have to have that schematic design. And schematic designs they're expensive because of the engineers, the architects that have to come in to do that pre-planning before it's constructed, so that you don't have mistakes made along the way with what you're going to be developing.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Schultz and Ben.
When Luanda came to one of our committees, she did tell us exactly what you said, that it's gonna be one of the next projects, but it's gonna be from St. Francis through the school area all the way down, and they are gonna work with the Nebraska.
Yeah, they just halted it.
Yeah, so it is up next. It is gonna be up next.
Ben?
Just a little comment, I think, to Mike's deal too, because I understand the process of the St. Francis Kilgore Road. I think it's for a different discussion anyway, but I do believe that we should make that decision either in the committee or here to revamp that road right now. I mean, like to this point right now, just come and regrade it. Because right now, regrade it because it's so bad as you're driving, it's bouncing around. I know, I did that road several times, so I think that's what needs to be happening here. So I know it's gonna be next year that we're gonna be improving it, but if we can do something now, grade it at least to make it level or, something like that would be beneficial. So,
Even that is expensive.
well, but again, if we're not gonna deal with it, because I drove it a few times and my back end was dragging around like that too. So I'm just saying that it's gonna happen, but if we can do something about it, but committee level probably would be the best place.
And they talked about that too, different things, like mill it down, take a couple inches off of it, just flatten it down.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I was just gonna say that. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not voting? 1. Opposed? 0. Motion carried. It's fine. Cowboy, did you see the next one behind it?
Yep, I'm wrong. Whenever you're ready.
Motion for emergency legislation.
And I don't know if it has to be emergency legislation. It went through committee and it was passed through committee, so I don't know.
I'll have the
if it
numbers on file. Let's see what I just.
Okay. Just get a number.
Second, I'll second his motion for emergency legislation.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Resolution is that? It's the one right behind that one. Question, Chris? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion to approve. 364. Resolution 364, second. Ben?
Okay, motion approved. 2024-364.
Can you give Sherry a copy? Oh, yeah, it's inside of there.
Yeah,
Under transportation.
It's one, but there's 2 in there.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Got a second already.
Got a second already, we're just waiting for him to read it in.
Okay, there's papers on the back. You can look in the back as we read. So, the fifth whereas. Whereas the RST Transportation Program was awarded a Tribal Transportation Program Safety Fund grant in the amount of $100,000 on May 29, 2024. The funding is for BIA Route 1 to perform a pedestrian connectivity and safety improvement study. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe accepts the award to conduct the BIA Route 1 pedestrian connectivity and safety improvement study. And whereas the RST Transportation Program completed advertising twice for the BIA 1 pedestrian connectivity and safety improvement study. The first advertisement was for 2 weeks, September 18th through October 2nd of 2024. The local newspaper, to which there was a one proposal from Camdris, Lee and Jackson, KLJ Engineering, LLC. The RFP was re-advertised for a second time for 1 week, October 9th, 2024. There were no other submitted proposals, and a proposal was opened at the RST Technical on October 17, 2024, to which there was one proposal from KLJ for the amount of $100,000. KLJ will conduct and deliver a safety engineering study that will address the safety concerns identified in the 2020 road safety audit and the 2021 Tribal Transportation Safety Plan. And whereas the RST Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on December 10th, 2024, discussed the BIA 1 pedestrian connectivity and safety improvements. And then motion was made by.
I think we can just strike that part where it says motion was made by, because it already went to the. Yeah, at a regular meeting on December 10th, 2024, discussed the BIA pedestrian connectivity and safety improvements, recommending to the RST Council to accept KLJ's proposal to complete the study in the amount of $11,000. Okay.
That's amended.
It did go.
So,
Did it go?
it did, yep. Yeah. Now, therefore we resolve that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby acknowledges the Tribal Transportation Committee recommendation, accepts KLJ's proposal for the BIA 1 pedestrian connectivity and improvement study in the amount of $100,000, acknowledges that the contract agreement with KLJ will be legally reviewed before President, scratch that, or the designee, and the designee signs the document to ensure the best interest of the tribe is met. Now therefore be it resolved Further, that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designee to sign any and all documents pertaining to the BIA on pedestrian connectivity and safety improvements.
Question.
I got a question, a comment. I got a couple questions, I think I said. Where, this is just a study, I know that, and is that gonna be from BI1 from the south, or how's that, where's it gonna be at?
It's, way I'm figuring it's right out here at the stop sign.
Okay.
Goes all the way up to Head Start, right across from Head Start.
So it's just gonna be in this area, but it's just a study anyways, just find out what they can do with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then who's one that proposing it? Is it the transportation department, or who's the one that's transportation doing it?
Who's going after the?
Yeah.
Yeah, transportation.
Okay, second one. So it's just a proposal, but, you know, I guess for me, one of the things that we are looking at too, I think down the road, there would be something from St. Francis to Rosebud area, because there's a lot of issues that are coming up here. So I think committee level is where we probably have to go again too, to try to address that, I think, because I mean, right now with a lot of issues that happen there, some deaths that happen. So that's also, you know, on the minds of a lot of the public and community too. So, but if this is going to be the study here, I think if we could probably encourage them to probably do another one, maybe to the south, I think helpful. But if it came to the community level, I want to find out who's one that was doing it, or who's one that's doing it in the transportation. Maybe we can talk to them about it and then see what they can do to try to get maybe another proposal, I guess.
And it has been brought up by the past council rep from St. Francis. He was adamant in that St. Francis two-strike area.
Yeah, back to Sherman. Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So I think we got
discussed.
Okay, so I'll try to pick that up and move on with it too, though, because that's what's needed too. We want to make sure that gets addressed also. So, but anyway, those are my questions. Thank you.
Question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
While we're on transportation, I just wanted to ask a question. Give us an update on the 511. Are we set up and ready to go for the winter, or?
That, I don't know. I don't know which groups are actually getting involved at that, the president's office.
EPP.
Yeah.
EPP.
Okay, so they're gonna do the mapping. I thought the last time we talked about it, transportation gave it to the road department. Did that change?
I think it might have, we involved the road department, the president's office, and I think EPP to figure out who's gonna run the program. We don't want a bunch of people pushing, but saying this road is closed. We just want to get to one person to designate which road needs to be closed or.
Just to map it on the 411 map or 511 map? So-
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think it is already activated.
Okay.
I thought that Bob already brought it here. didn't
It
he?
was brought here, we passed it, transportation passed it, but I just didn't know if it was up and running.
Yeah, it is up if you Google it.
Okay.
It is there. And then, he puts the designees of who would be contacted, for the information to go out, like when we're closing our local roads and things like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager.
Thank you. They're inside of their folders. Tally down there. We're gonna do the tally resolutions next.
Oh, yeah.
All of them? 321.
When did Emily say she's coming back?
She's not.
She's not?
Her husband has to go back.
So we'll probably not. Wayne, how many did you have? They all need to go out today, right?
Yeah, we're about 5 minutes.
Okay. Tina, neither Emily or Lila is here right now, or Wayne, so we'll wait on the TLE ones. Wayne, our treasurer has some that needs to go through.
Okay.
Council, we have some resolutions that were just brought to me this morning. They have to do with the one-time funding that has to be obligated by the 18th of this month. The first one I'm asking out has to do with the Spotted Tail crisis, Spotted Tail Children's Home request.
And SRD has recommended that we be awarded $100,000 one-time BIA funding, and there's a budget stuff attached.
Is Mike bringing them on for you? Are you gonna bring them on? Are you?
I can read a minute if somebody brings them on.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Okay. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Motion to approve. Chris, second. Sherry.
I'll start with the fourth whereas. In a letter dated December 6, 2024, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Rosebud Agency, has informed the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the availability of the remaining fiscal year 2024 funds in which the Rosebud Sioux Tribe have the opportunity to request one-time funding to support a specific project as identified in tribal needs and priorities with a due date of December 18th, 2024. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Spotted Tail Children's Home requests approval to submit a proposal requesting a new Bureau of Indian Affairs BIAPL 93-638 contract to implement one-time funding in the amount of $100,000 to support, expand, and enhance nutritional, cultural, and educational programming available to the youth residing at the Spotted Tail Children's Home, as well as address some critically underfunded staff resources required to improve service delivery and operational efficiency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes Spotted Tail Children's Home to submit a $100,000 one-time funding proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs BIA for the purpose of supporting, expanding, and enhancing the nutritional, cultural, and recreational program available to the youth residing at the Spotted Tail Children's Home, as well as to address critically and understaffed resources required to improve service delivery and operational efficiency. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the Bureau of Indian Affairs to contract with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Spotted Tail Children's Home, the PL 9368 program of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the acceptance of the one-time non-recurring funds and approves the attached scope of work and for budget in the amount of $100,000 from the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Spotted Tail Children's Home. And be it final resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his or her authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents submitted forward to the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Mike, votes?
Yeah.
All in favor?
I'd like to,
Amendment to the typos.
Yeah.
I'd also like to take opportunity to make a comment or two on the state of
Yep, that's what I asked for discussion.
childcare. When appropriate. We can act on the motion first. Then.
Okay. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carried. Okay, Mike.
About the state of child care, not child care when you might understand it, but I mean, how many children does our current Spotted Tail Crisis Center care for at any given moment on a basis?
I don't have an answer to that, Mike, but I can ask
There's
her
problem number
to,
one. There's problem number one right there.
I can ask her to give you a report. I mean,
Well,
all of these are questions that have been here for a long time.
Exactly. That's where I'm going here. Spotted Tail Crisis Center is basically a transitional place thing, right? I mean, it provides care and shelter for children who generally are being adjudicated. Okay? Now, I believe that if we really pull the covers back, look, there are a lot more children who need that type of service than the ones that are, just the ones that are currently, our system is capable of, I guess, capable of adjudicating. And that kind of sums it up. There's a lot of kids out there that are neglected on a daily basis. And I think we all know that. Are we doing everything that we should be doing for these little ones primarily? Can anybody answer that?
No, but
I see it in my community. I see it on a daily basis on Main Street.
we can have, Peter or Jody come down here and answer that
Situations
question
where
for
you
you.
know children are being neglected and whatnot, because, and we don't have the resources to identify them and do anything about it. We wait until an individual makes a complaint or something is so obvious that the police have to get called and stuff. You know, that only touches the surface. I know that there are some tribes in this country that have children homes. You know, it's much like a boarding school, if you will. You know, and I just think that we are neglectful when it comes to that segment of our population. And I know it's a difficult, controversial thing to talk about, parents' rights and all that other stuff, you know. But in my mind, a child's life is paramount to everything else. You know, again, I see it every day. You know, and I've even experienced it firsthand. You know, it shouldn't have to come to a point where a community member has to call a cop because they see a child, you know, being neglected. You know, and if they see it, then there's a hell of a lot more behind that particular situation. There's a history there that goes on in the homes and whatnot. You know, and it just does. I'd bet my life on it. You know, we do not, this tribe does not have a social services program in the sense that other governmental agencies, entities have. We still rely on the state of South Dakota and their social workers. Correct? To some extent. When I see a system, when you see a situation that gets you concerned enough, your only option is to call a cop. Because they're the only ones that are going to do anything. And by that time, it's for that child's welfare, it's too late. That child's already damaged. To what extent, you know, we'll never know unless you went through it yourself. You know, but I don't know. It's something that's always, and this was a concern behind the starting Spotted Tail Crisis Center to begin with. But it hasn't grown and it hasn't developed at all. We put it up, we fund it, and then we forget about it. And yet, there are more children that are being born and abused every day, every year as time goes by. I don't know, I need to say that because it's something that's bothered me for a long time.
Does need to be addressed, Mike.
We fund everything else, big time sometimes.
Thank you, Mike. I have Tammy, then Totes.
I agree with, what Mike has to say. And I know that these program directors are supposed to be given monthly reports. And in that monthly report from Spot Tail Crisis Center, there should be a breakdown of how many numbers of children they have at any given time. Can we start seeing that? Because since I've been here, I haven't heard anything.
The last administration didn't require our programs to give a monthly report.
Mm-hmm.
And at the directors meeting on Friday, for the informed them that they could go give quarterly reports.
Uh-huh.
So, but maybe if that's, I mean, it's just numbers, it's not actually, it's not sensitive information, so I think that's something you could probably request in their monthly report.
Yeah.
Because that should be in there anyway.
And we should be able to know what these people are doing, how many people are they, how many children are they servicing? Another thing too is, real quick, that building over here across from the school, that house, that they used to have, that is no longer with them or whatever, that could be used for the civil rights office. I would make that motion, to establish that civil rights office immediately and put them in that, house them in that building over there across from the school.
Hold on, did we finish this?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
But I mean,
yeah,
whenever we're done.
Mike, just so everybody can get some answers to questions, if Pete and Toads and Jody are up there, ask them to come down here. Because these questions always come up, and if you don't give them the opportunity to answer, then it's just going to be out there and not happen. So I'm not sure if they're there. I just asked one of the girls to have them come down here so that you can have answers to your question.
Right.
And so, next is Toads and then Sherry.
It's the continuity of efforts what I'm talking about.
Continuity of efforts. I'm going off what Mike just said about what he sees every day in St. Francis. You see it all in our communities. So we need to make people start being accountable. We have parents and dads get arrested over and over again for meth and drug use and alcohol, but they're right back out. So where's that breakdown? Is it in the arresting? Is it in the court system with the judges? Where's it at? We need to find that out. So that way they can start keeping them in there. They don't belong out. You need to be in, whether it's 3 years or not. Keep them in there. Let the people who want to live. We have resources here that can meth, alcohol, refer them out. Do those things. But I just wanted to touch base on that. Thank you.
Remember that copy I gave you of the MOU? I want to make a copy. I can't find the resolution.
Hey, Council. I just wanted to answer Mike really quick and share some information. So I do know that the children's code is being revised, and we were all invited to a meeting in September or October, and it should be in your email. But maybe we should follow up and see where they got with those revisions and work on getting a copy to all the new council reps, because they have some really good things in there. However, with their plans on the children's code, something that it's going to take from us is a couple of $1 million to support that, because what they're attempting to do is for us to take over those social services duties and take care of our.
And that's our responsibility.
Yes, and I'm just sharing information. So that's something on its way that we all need to pay attention to. And the other thing that you mentioned, I do know that the education committee did have some discussion about expansion of our dorm. So those are things that are within our control that we can work on.
The school's they're going to become available back here at some point.
We already allocated that school to
For something more important than.
for another
maybe?
school.
Yeah.
For the yeah.
Well, that's good.
Mhm.
Toads. Oh, you're done already. Ben.
I just have a quick one on this one. They're receiving this funding from the BIA after that's not carried over, but leftover funding, right?
Yeah, that's just one time.
It's a
One-time
yeah,
funding.
that's what I'm saying. Okay.
At the end of the year, there are sometimes funds available, so these next resolutions are given that,
Just okay, that's it.
one-time funding.
And they're time sensitive too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So, okay, and then this is to the character. Oh, that's those questions I had. All right, thank you.
Okay, the council, the next resolution has to do with obligating some, end of the year funds,
Yeah, 30.
an amount of $150,000 to enrollment. So if someone wants to bring it on, I'll read it in again.
That motion for emergency resolution.
Wait, Tammy. Any second? Coates? Question? Sherry, question? All in favor? Who's gonna hear? Sorry, I was up to early this morning. Motion to approve.
No, we have to count on vote.
No, we got.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got up at 5 this morning to get here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
1. Motion carried. Motion to approve. 366. Need a second? A motion and a second.
A motion.
Motion Tammy, second Bill.
Again, I'll start this time from the fifth whereas, the fourth whereas, the same as last one, to do by December 18th, 2024. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Enrollment Department requests approval to submit a proposal requesting a new Bureau of Indian Affairs BIA Public Law 93-638 contract to implement a one-time funded project in the amount of $150,000 designed to improve the operational capacity of the enrollment department and expand its reach through targeted community outreach efforts in all 21 recognized communities. 20. I think we have 21 communities. Correct that. The proposed activities will enhance technological infrastructure, optimize departmental workflows, and increase programmatic revenue by ensuring greater access and accuracy in enrollment services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the RST Enrollment Department to submit a $150,000 one-time funding proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs BIA for the purpose of improving the operational capacity of the Enrollment Department and expand its reach through targeted community outreach efforts in all 20 recognized tribal communities. The proposed activities will enhance the department's technological infrastructure, optimize departmental workflows, and increase the programmatic revenue by ensuring greater access and accuracy in all enrollment services. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Bureau of Indian Affairs to contract with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Enrollment Department, a PL 93-638 program, Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the acceptance of one-time non-recurring funds and approves the attached scope of work budget in the amount of $150,000 from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his or her authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all needed documents to submit a proposal.
Question? Like both. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you, Council. Wayne, before you move on to the next one, Jody? About had some questions about the program up there. Can you answer them? Mike?
Okay.
About how many children?
Boy, I kind of wiped my slate clean. I gotta start all over. My question was, you know, on the average, spotted tail crisis center cares for how many children, you know?
On an average in a month,
yeah.
on a daily basis, at least 5.
But no more than 5?
No.
What's the highest number?
What's the highest number we can go to is 14.
14.
Because our old building, you guys can come see, I had turned into Kathy's office, the president's office. It was condemned And the kitchen floor is bowing now, those old pillars in the old part, all that asbestos and lead is all over in the basement, so we had to seal off the basement. When we were there, we could hold up to 19 kids at a time. But our space is limited, so Pete and I's office is up in the old blue building, along with all of our supplies we need. There's beds, dressers, clothing, all of our baby stuff. So in order to properly care for kids and to hold our licensure, we're moving things constantly back and forth because we don't have the space in this trailer down here. We just renewed our license in a month ago. I'm pretty proud of Rosebud Sioux Tribe because Spotted Tail Children's Home, I always wanted to come and to talk to all of you. I don't think very many of you are aware what happens there. Spotted Tail Children's Home is one of the only licensed agencies in the Aberdeen area, meaning you guys have been in existence since Alex Linderman's term in Russell when they went to DC to fight for Spotted Tail Children's Home. Every child that comes in there is tribally affiliated. And if we could ever go off the air and discuss what happens to our kids, it's a struggle. We're understaffed because every year our budget, we run on a low budget. Like Wayne told you, we get a revenue. That revenue, every month I bill the different agencies, whether it's Pine Ridge, CPS, or any of the others that we have in there. And we only get reimbursed $38.40 a day for them. We have no one, and I know how to take care of the kids and stay so our licensure is in compliance so we can take the kids. If our doors ever shut, where's our kids gonna go? But all we get, but I wish that our tribe would renegotiate with the state on this price. And a lot of people say, well, why do you cater to the state and have a state license? Our tribe does not have its own licensing. Pine Ridge does, all the other tribes.
Having that license is critical to generate revenue from these entities, right? You've
Yep.
got to have the license.
And so
otherwise they
the
can't pay.
revenue that we get that comes in pays for a salary.
Right.
The BIA money that we get only pays for 3 salaries. And so I beg people, when the kids come to us, 9 times out of 10, sometimes they only come with a hospital blanket from up to IHS. We provide their clothing. We take care of the shampoo, the head, for lice and everything. We have to find ways to provide that for our kids. So right now, on an average, sometimes our door, we can't take any more kids. Like right now, when I heard.
Have you ever had to turn kids away?
Yeah, we have. We've had. And
that makes my point.
yeah, we've had to. And on the new part of the building up there, on this part, in 1973, this church group came and did that addition. So that part's good. But then we have issues with the bathroom and everything because that sewer and stuff's so old that the roots and everything's going in it. And so we try to keep it up because in my mind and my boss, Pete, we talk about it a lot of times that there's gonna come a time when we can't say no and maybe we'll have to put the older kids up there for the time being. These are our kids, you guys. And someday when we could be off air, you guys, as our leaders, Kathy being a female, I have hopes, being a female and compassionate as to what happens to our kids. There's some horrific stories out there. But no one here, one time, we came down here, we put things on there to come up and visit us, to see what happens up there, to see the kids. Not one council person came but Russell. Only Russell came. They've never come in there. Our girls run 12-hour shifts. They're the cook, the janitor, the educators, everything all in one, because we don't have the money. Right now, I'm begging people to buy us Christmas presents for our kids. When we have birthdays, we don't have money to, they deserve what all other kids have. We don't have money to buy them birthday stuff. So we have to igazo from everybody we know to get this stuff for them. We have animals up there. And I know I get criticized over the animals that are up there, but those animals are good for those kids. We even had tortoises, but somebody stole them. They stole the rabbit. They're good for the kids. That's where the playground is, because we can't let them go outside up here, because a lot of these kids, they're going to end up here in federal court. And they're protected. It's our right to protect them. Their families don't even know where they are, so we can't let them run around outside. So we go up there and we try to put where people can't see them. And we haven't, not so much me, but the other staff might, the other girls, other than the cost of living, we don't get raises. We don't get none of that because we don't have the money. When Sherry, the last 2 terms, there was a due budget and finance for us to have $1,000 retention. That never happened because we don't have the money, but they don't quit. They're there because they want to be. But at any given time, if you read my job description, I'm on call 24/7. I'm in and out of there all the time. And it's kind of old. The cameras are on my phone. That's a lie. They're not on my phone any longer. Abby, I transferred it over to another girl, Abby Wright, to monitor the cameras. Because I got in the habit of always looking at my phone. But when anyone calls, whether we've gotten them from North Dakota, all the way from Oklahoma, we get them. And we do the best we have with what we don't have, you guys. And these kids, they'll break your heart, half of them. But they deserve the best that we can give them. And we have a little girl I ran around to find shoes for her because we don't have the supply of clothing that we need when they come in. And we can't say, leave those here now, those are ours. We send them with some clothing.
Council, I have the director here, Pete. If you want to come up here, Pete.
I want to say thank you to Jody. You made my point.
One of the things I want Pete to let you guys know is what he does, what Jody does, how many staff are actually up there. I talked to Jody about the building and she said that they have storage up there. My recommendation was that they get a storage unit to put whatever's up there so that they can completely vacate. Jody's told you all that there's issues there. The BIA, I asked them that question over a month ago. Their report was that it was fully
transferred over to tribe.
Yeah, trash or don't try, but the condition that there was remediation done on it and that there was no issues, so I guess that's something we'll have to figure out ourselves. But I just wanted to introduce you to Pete. He is actually the director at the center up there. So,
Yep, and Pete, me and Pete, we crash it a lot of times. But in order for us to care for the kids, we discuss this a lot, don't we, Pete? I'm the supervisor over the kids and the staff. I can't do my job unless I can run upstairs and tell Pete what's going on and talk to Pete. We have a system, and this is my boss.
You can introduce yourself, Pete.
Mieszkam na kluczu wystawy. Wy macie kaszka, Ola musicie, nie widzę.
Cieśnie.
Aha.
Ainda da conta muchacho, logo la cara, eu só.
Ale niczego ma, one really watching. Thank you, everybody. My name is Pete Smallbear. I'm the director of Spiritual Children's Home. I know I came aboard approximately 3 years ago, and understandably, it was a somewhat precarious situation because at that time the program was under another program. It was under a charter organization, and then came back under the Rosebud tribe in 2020, I believe. And so 21, or in the spring of 21, I came aboard, and a lot of it has been a learning curve. Coming from a background of practice, social work and child welfare practice, and coming into a position where I look at oversight of a tribal program was not only a challenge, but there was a lot of uncertainties as to how this would really unfold. But I think I feel at this point, after a couple of years, that I sort of have my footing in terms of what it's like to work and have oversight of the tribal program. There's a lot of nuances and a lot of different things about tribal government that I have sort of some personal opinions about it, but I also understand that tribal government is something that sometimes it's a kind of a pseudo government. That's kind of how I call it, because a lot of times we operate under the pre or post 1934 government, and then we also a lot of people still carry the some of the traditional government teachings. So sometimes I know we blend that, and I occasionally I don't listen to the tribal council all the time. I probably should, but I know this is a heavy burden and responsibility that you guys all have, and giving the direction, and I think it's about being statesmen. It's always about the debate and understanding that we all people that are in leadership capacities are basically they serve the people, and so I was looking at it from both lenses. So as in this position that we're currently in, it's a manageable position, but there's always going to be those constant challenges. There's barriers there that we have to overcome, and the one particular obstacle that you all are aware of is the fiscal responsibility and the issue of funding. That's been probably the biggest part of this, where trying to meet the needs and constantly trying to figure out ways how we can advocate and sort of bring those resources to the children's home. So, it's work that I feel, not everybody is cut out to do this work. And I also really try to encourage employees to have to be committed to this work. And, there's some misunderstanding, misperceptions, there's things that, the community sees that. That's why I tell children, it's like doing babysitting work. And I think that's, far from the truth of what that be like. When you're in a position where you're taking responsibility of children, that are not necessarily, your children, in a sense, I think that adds a huge responsibility in terms of in case something happens, it's going to fall back on the program. So I'm a big kind of a proponent of compliances. I mentioned this ability. It's important that we look at our regulations, our compliances, our policies and procedures, and even the ethical piece of it. And to me, that's kind of the guiding post of the work that I do there.
Well, thank you, Pete. I still have you, Ben. I just asked for you and Jody to come down to give a little insight to the council, the program, because there's always that open question when new council come in throughout the years. Not everybody always knows exactly what each program is comprised of. One of the things that we're going to be doing from the president's office is working with the radio station, and Russell's going to be having an hour to talk about things that are going on with the tribe, with the president's office. And during that time, we will bring each department director on air to explain what services they have and that they don't have. And we will do a small Q&A with that. I just wanted to let you guys hear from them with your questions, Mike, because there are always questions that are in there. And one of the things that I wanted to express to all of you is that where it's at now, to me, it's not an appropriate place for children in this type of care to be located. And maybe in future planning, we can try to move it from where it's at to a more secure private location that is more adequate for their needs and the number of children that they get there. So I just wanted to mention that. We have Ben next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. My name is Ben Blackberry III from the Two-Strike community, council representative. Thank you guys for doing what you guys are doing. It's an awesome deal. This is probably the first time since I've been on council. I'm going on my second year. Haven't heard from you guys. Haven't heard from any of the directors or programs, which we wanted to in the past, I think, year. My questioning, I guess, or some of my concerns is, the time I've been on here, the crisis has come up several times, and I've seen, I drive by there. I go to my wife's office over there, so we drive by there quite a bit. We see the animals, we see quite a bit of the transition phase. I don't even have to know what was going on to see you guys move from one area to another, because I've seen that. So, but there was some concerns there, and I think it was brought up on one of our committees, Judiciary Committee. There was cops over there one evening, and there was an issue that happened. I'm not one to pry, but again, if something, the public is concerned about it, it has to do with our children, there's kids over there, we have, as a council representative, I do have the obligation to look into that, to find out what's going on. My biggest concern is also accountability, and to make sure that, things are doing what they should be doing and not really letting people get away with stuff, because again, that's where the public sees. But, so this is the first time I've seen it and I've heard it. And then also with the Judiciary Committee too, it was brought up. And that was a concern that I had, but I never had a chance to address it because we never get to see, or even talk to these programs. So I guess I'm failing the public by not being able to address it to the proper people. So to me, I guess that concern that was brought up was with the law enforcement, when they go to a house and there's a party going on there and they pick up the parents and the kids are little bitty kids, that need to be going somewhere. They bring them over there and they were denied. And you just told me that too, that you only take five kids there, but at the same time too, you also house other people from other reservations. kind of concerned me a little bit. See, now those are just my questions, and I haven't got a chance to talk to you guys about it, but that was what the law enforcement said. So that was my concern about law enforcement being able to take the kids over there and they get denied. So where would they take them? Yeah, where would they take them? So that's why I was just kind of concerned. But again, I wasn't able to talk to you guys. I don't know. I don't know about this, but it's a concern from law enforcement because our own people are denying our own kids. You know, that was a concern for me. So how does that work? Now, law enforcement, they have their own projection on it too, to say, well, they only take other people's or other tribes' kids to come over here. And I said, is that how they're funded? And they said, yeah. Okay. So that was a concern. So again, I'm failing the public again, who voted me in here to say, we got to question this stuff, you know? So that was my concern, and it is still my concern. And I guess now that I'm able here to address it, maybe you can answer that. So those are just my concerns. The other thing too, I guess, I know I'll let you answer that too, but to ask for donations, you know, the St. Francis Mission, our youth group that my wife heads up, we do get donations because the community work that we do out there, also what she does out there, also provides where the kids come in with just no shoes on, you know, nothing like that. So they do get funds, and that's probably a place where we could probably help to donate to your program also. So these are things that resources that we can help. I mean, and it's about our kids. You know, we can't be territorial and say, no, I don't want this. We should be able to say, let's help out each other. So those are just my one of my recommendations, I guess, if you can talk with Jennifer, I guess, over at St. Francis Mission Youth Group, Risk Education. She could probably help you with a lot of that. The school just reached out to her about some stuff for the school for the kids. So I mean, it's out there. I mean, we don't have to beg. I mean, we just have to be able to get resources together. So that's what I wanted to bring up, and I'm glad I know who the person is and where we're at stuff. So, but those are just my concerns. Otherwise, I wasn't able to bring it up, and of course, it becomes a big issue if we're not able to address it. But if you don't address a problem, it's going to get worse because a lot of assumptions come in, a lot of finger pointing and things like that. But I would just like to bring it out there so that way you guys are aware of it and that we can address it. So if you can.
Okay, and Ben, what I want to, sorry, I'm looking at Mike and saying, Ben, what I want to suggest is that the questions you have or anyone else has specific to the program and like what you're saying now, there is a committee that they report to, and that these questions need to be directed to that committee, and they need to be at those committee meetings. One of the things I've come to realize is that in every committee you have programs that report to you, and at that committee level, programs need to start reporting so that questions like this, concerns, need to come up at those meetings, because some of the stuff, we all know, not everything they do can be discussed here on the floor because of the privacy and safety of the children. So some of your questions, I would suggest that you address them, because anybody can go to any committee meeting. It's not just whoever was elected to be on that committee. You can attend any and all committee meetings, especially if you have a concern.
What the committee they report to?
Pardon?
What committee they report to?
Social services.
Oh.
Can I answer real quickly?
It's not too long.
Okay. As far as turning away kids, I did that. I think I know what you're talking about. But no agent, no one can directly bring and drop off, and this is something through judiciary that needs to be settled. An officer wanted to bring to the center. I double checked because, like you said, I didn't want to be chewed out. And I get nervous in front of you guys anyway. In order to be placed at Spotted Tail's Children's Home, an agency has to assume responsibility for that child. Because if an officer or someone just dropped the child off at the center, then who's going to pick up and make sure it goes where it's supposed to be? Whether it's federal, if there's charges or anything, we can't do that. You guys can't do that. An agency has to be in charge. So when I say no, it is a legit responsibility, the right of that child to always be protected under an agency. And there are cops there.
Sherry?
The first question, I think that was resolved through HR and just that process. And then the second one, regard. With Spottsville Children's Home, there are 3 referral agencies that we primarily work with. There may be some exceptions, but it's the Child Family, the state, and Sioux Tribe CPS. So those are our 3 referral agencies. And then we have agreements and MOUs with these entities, they're referral agencies. The process is they have custody, they have legal custody of these kids. And the children's home is a temporary placement. And so it's a least restricted temporary placement. So we can't just take any children. Some children require a higher level of care. And some children that particularly maybe even adolescents, when it gets to that stage there, there's things that they've experienced a lot of trauma and maltreatment at that point there. So we will make some exceptions sometimes, but then for the most part, I think it's once those referrals come, they're not, I would say, on occasion might deny a placement due to that.
Is this a replacement for the social services for the state too?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was getting at. The cops said they just took them to the state.
Yeah.
And that's what we're having problems with in our communities is that people are concerned about our kids get taken away by the state. You know, so I mean, if we have the house here, you know, that's what that was just the biggest thing that came to my mind. If we had it here, then they can stay here. But if it goes to the state, then they also just send it to the state.
I think we're talking about 2 different things.
Yeah.
They already are in the state.
Yeah.
The state has already taken them.
That's okay.
And Spottsville Children's Home is just a temporary placement when they get removed from in place of relative placement.
Okay.
So they're already in a placement, but they were removed from there. The state removed them and they brought them here.
All right, yeah.
Because
Yeah, that's what I wanted them to explain to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
our
'cause I mean-
tribe doesn't have that, what is it called, Pete? Where the other tribes have superior right over the children.
Oh, it's custody rights.
Yeah,
They have legal custody and that's not the design of this program.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
a group care.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at, because it seems like, you know, that's what that's what it was for, but again, it's so different. Anyway, I'm glad you're explaining, that's why we're here, so thank you.
Carrie and then Mike.
Thank you. I think it was Bob after
Oh,
me.
sorry, Bob.
Yeah.
Always forgetting them.
I wanted to say that the past council meeting, you guys were short ones, so I made a motion for the Budget and Finance Committee to do an analysis of this program specifically. So that way we could assess the program needs and look at it. I know last year we did a donation for Christmas presents, but I wanted to suggest that maybe you should bring some like, not names, but you know, just
Numbers.
ages and whatnot, ages, sizes, stuff like that, and stick them on the tree and we can pick a name off and we could sponsor some Christmas donations. That way, instead of just getting one, then you get several, and I'm sure if you send like a letter out to the tribal employees too, that I had people messaging me saying that they would sponsor somebody for Christmas, so.
that would be good, because Kathy's office is the only one that helped us with Halloween.
Yeah, so when things like that come up, I would just suggest putting that out there when because your numbers fluctuate all the time, so. The other thing is that, I don't know if, what they're talking about, the state taking custody of the kids and this is a temporary placement, that's in regard to the children's code that I was talking about earlier. So from a legislative perspective, we need to focus on that children's code. And I reached out to Summer and asked her to send us all that draft. But if we want to make this important, that's one of the places where it starts that we could do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Bob?
Thank you. Katsukaski Pete Larryahina, Wagla, again, welcome to Kankai Jalo. Now, earlier, it's got Unkitha kids, and now those aren't our kids. How about we chat pushing it out? Those are our kids. You know, we're all Lakota child. It don't matter if they're not our kids. We still consider them our kids. The only time we recognize those kids is that during election time. When we say kids are sacred, children are sacred. But then after we get elected, then we forget about them. They're bottom of the totem pole when it comes to priorities. Now, I guess my question belongs to that, gentleman sitting back there. Several years ago, I was sitting on the council and Jody told us about the conditions of that building. Lead, you know, it was condemned. So why did it take all these years and the BIA not fixing the building, turned it over to the tribe? Why couldn't BIA fix it when you guys had that building? I mean, it's not for you, but you're the new here, so I'm just bringing it up to you. Okay, that's not the only building. The other building is a road department. That was condemned. Our road shop workers wouldn't weld in there because water was leaking in there. They didn't want to get shot. And we addressed to the BIA a long time ago for a new building. And that was almost 5 years ago. And here it is, this year, it took too much money, so they turned the building, condemned it and turned it over to the tribe. Now we're stuck with it. Same with the Spotted Tail Crisis Center. Is that the method of operation for the BIA?
Well, from the history that I got, I know we had this discussion from the president, and according to the facility program here, they said it was remediated and whatever was wrong with it was fixed, and when it was given, oh, that's the history I got, was given over to the tribe.
It's, you walk in the door and you can smell the mold and everything, it's terrible. It's.
And I'm pretty sure that mold didn't take place just this year. It has been accruing all these years for it to be
There's
like
a gap in the cement foundation and the house about like that. So water even comes into the steps down there. And that's where the furnace and stuff is. So they're down there trying to mop that up because there's no drains down there. BIA in my time never came, Kathy.
And I'm pretty sure that didn't happen overnight. So that was my question to BIA was, why didn't you guys do the repairs when you guys had that building? And then now that is to a pretty condition where it's condemned, you turned it over to the tribe. You know, now we're responsible for the building was that. They didn't have to work in those conditions. Those are the kids, man. I just don't like the way the kids are being treated, even though they're not my kids, you know. Look what the culture, our kids are our kids. And that's what I'm looking after.
Yeah, you know, like I said, from what the facility, because I wasn't here at the time when it was handed over. I'm not sure, do you know what year it was? I'll have to get with facilities to see what year it was handed over.
Okay, you might want to tell your facilities people, I'm not very happy with that.
With the roads, I know the tribe was gonna contract to fix the roof, but I don't think it was enough money. They wanted more money. Right.
Yeah, that was for that building over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they gave it back to the building.
Mike, and then we'll move on to the next resolution. Then you guys can go back to work. Mike,
Well,
you were next.
Yeah,
Did you
thanks
forget
for the
again?
conversation. I don't know that we can blame the BIA. It just so happened that we needed a building at the time to put the program, and there was a vacant BIA building, you know, so that's the story of, you know, that. To me, it's, you know, it's as simple as this. I know there's a lot of red tape and stuff involved in, you know, in this area, but we are a so-called sovereign, you know, entity. We make our own decisions and we use our own resources. That's really what it comes down to. And over the years, in all my experiences on Budget and Finance Committee, Spotted Tail Crisis Center always got some level of concern, but the money just didn't follow the concern, and it still doesn't. It's lip service. So what it amounts to. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now.
Okay.
Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, okay, you know, I mean, I mean, listen, if TLE can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy 80 acres of land from a non-Indian over there, you know. What the hell? Lack of resources is not an excuse. We've got the friggin' money. We just have to determine to use it in a responsible and the right way, and step up and meet our responsibilities, and figure out a way around the red tape. Who's got jurisdiction, who doesn't have jurisdiction? I mean, I thought we had jurisdiction over tribal members. Children are not tribal members. They belong to somebody else, jurisdictionally speaking. Come on. Children don't get the attention and respect that they need because they don't have a voice. I'm talking, when I say children, I'm talking about the little one. Simple as that. And we all know that. But in order to deal with our responsibility, we're going to have to give up something. And we find that hard to do. Thank you.
I just want to, I have a few words, but I just encourage everybody, you know, especially sitting here at council, you can donate to Spotted Tail Crisis Center. I've been donating to them since I've been on council. I actually had donations in my car right here. I was going to drop off to Jody, and for little kids' clothes, I donated my bonus over there. Yeah. During Christmas, but you know they accept clothing, and there's certain times of the year. Jody can tell you when more kids come in at the other time of the year, which is usually around the holidays, I think. So they'll take full, you know, donations. So
when I brought up TLE and the land purchasing, they could borrow the money. We could build a facility big enough to meet all our needs, any place we want to. We just got a will to do it, that's all.
I encourage all of you to stop in sometime and see if Pete's always in the blue building, I'm back and forth. Stop in and see, and the kids would be happy. They get excited when somebody brings something in the door. But just, if you have questions, thank you, Kathy, for calling us. Ask us. You guys scare the crap out of me. You're our bosses, but it's stressful. Our job is really stressful. We can't send the kids home at 5 o'clock. We go all the time with them, 24/7. So thank you.
We asked you to come over because we're concerned that you don't have enough.
No,
that's why we asked you to come over, because we want to do more, or at least I think we should want to do more. That's why you were asked to come over.
Tammy, and then we'll move on.
Might make a motion under Q, Article 4, number Q, where we do have to provide the protection of all minors mentally incompetent. Maybe we can find some money to compensate them somewhere, you know.
Oh, I can find some way. Hell, you guys can stand up and make a motion and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just like that.
I think
we did it the other day. I'm sorry, you're getting me worked up, man.
Well, I know. I think we should. I mean,
thank you.
You guys want to shake hands and then you can.
Thank you.
I think we should go down to the last one on that list too, because that's the most important goal. That would really help justify why we should do it.
Are you guys stretching? Are you guys getting stretched?
Okay, I asked the, excuse that. So.
Just come and sit with them. We're loaded.
Yeah, I know you are.
I think just because they assume.
Yeah.
It's
You don't pay them attention.
some pictures.
That is just a snapshot.
Sorry, I just wanted them to be able to hear from. I wasn't here.
That's a picture. Go on, say anything.
You want to hear that first?
Building with the fence on it is.
Next resolution again is a end of the year money for $40,000. Next for the Chongo Report Development. Bring it on, I'll read it in.
Who's gonna bring it up? Who did you need to bring it on?
Whoever.
Does somebody want to bring this next resolution on? It's regarding the funding for Sioux Chongo Resource Development. Bill is.
Yeah.
Motion for emergency legislation. Need a second? Chris? Question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
No voting?
3, 4.
Motion to approve? Bill? Second, Chris?
I'll start with the fifth whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Chichango Resource Development requests approval to submit proposal requesting a new Bureau of Indian Affairs BIAPL 93-638 contract to implement one-time funding in the amount of $40,000 to provide free training, tribal 638 program staff, tribal directors, and other local professionals. This training aims to enhance job performance and workplace efficiency, improve financial and programmatic reporting, introducing and integrate artificial intelligence (AI) to tribal workplaces, facilitate leadership discussions on AI applications and policy development, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Sioux Chongo Resource Development to submit a $40,000 one-time funding proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs (BIA) for the purpose of providing free training to the Rosebud Sioux Rosebud Reservation 638 program staff, tribal program directors, and other local professionals. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the Bureau of Indian Affairs contract with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Chichango Resource Development APL 93-638 program. Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council authorizes the acceptance of one-time non-recurring funds and approves the attached scope of work and budget in the amount of $40,000 from the Bureau of Indian Affairs for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Chichango Resource Development. Be it finally resolved, the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and his or her authorized delegate is authorized and directed to sign any and all related documents to submit a proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Any question? Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion carried.
I got a couple more, not too many more. We brought these over to today. It's never done for me. Council did this next one. It's for, again, year-end monies, one time, and it's for the courthouse. The courthouse received a grant, for planning and design for the new building over there, and it's done, and they have $48,000 left of that grant. But they want to enter into a construction management contract with the people who design that building. That contract is going to be $138,000. So the SRD is recommending that we use $90,000 of the year-end monies to supplement their $40,000 so that they can have their construction management to make sure that the building is bid properly, the proper contractors are selected, and that all the work is done like it's supposed to be.
We just put it in. Yeah, you need somebody to bring it on the phone.
If you bring it on, I'll read it again.
I'll move for emergency.
Yeah.
Motion by Mike for emergency, seconded by Chris, question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
What's the number?
368.
There motion to bring on 2024 368 by Totes, seconded by Ben.
I'll start with the fifth, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is in the process of designing and constructing the Sherman J. Marshall Justice Center and has a contract with TSP/KLJ to provide architectural engineering services for that project. And whereas the estimated remaining any fees on a project was $138,134.54, and that's primarily for the project management. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court has $48,090.08 of funding to pay toward those estimated fees, leaving a deficit balance of $90,044.46. Whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs has availability of many fiscal year 2024 funding to support a project as identified by the tribe's needs and priorities. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Court hereby requests that the Sherman J. Marshall Justice Center project be authorized as a tribal need and priority for the request to the Bureau of Indian Affairs for funding in the amount of $90,044.46 to estimated balance of any costs needed for that project. And be it further, now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council designates the Sherman J. Marshall Justice Center as a need and priority of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and $90,044.46 from the Bureau of Indian Affairs from available remaining fiscal year 2024 funding. Be it further resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his or her designee is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all documents needed for the study request for additional architectural and engineering costs for the Sherman J. Marshall Justice Center.
Any discussion? Call for the question. All right, Todd. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Two more, council, and these have to do with PIP funding.
Just a quick question. I was hoping Ray would be in here, but I was wondering when you do those, end of the year, who determines where those monies go? Does it have to be requested by the program or is it already allocated by the DIA or how?
SRD usually takes the request and.
So the programs request it
Yeah,
and then SRD determines?
and then SRD brings them here and that's what these resolutions are for, to authorize it.
Are all programs aware that they can request something like that? Because the JDC is needing renovation staff and I don't
A lot of
ever
times
see
it's
any money going towards them.
We target the ones that don't have to make their funding through the end of the fiscal year. So like, Spotted Hill, they don't, a lot of times we have to try to find funding for their payroll till the end of the year and enrollment.
So nothing's ever been given to the JDC as far as trying to help fix their building up because their roof's leaking and their HVAC system is way outdated. I mean, I don't know if they're aware that they can request that or how or why they're not getting any of that extra money.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not even sure what those costs are going to be. But yeah, with something like that, they could put their request in. I do know that the JDC, new jail, all these schools and stuff are part of what Ken. If the council remembers, like about 6 months ago, there was a group of engineers that came out and evaluated all these buildings. So I do know that the JDC, the roof, and some of the other stuff was identified as a need. So what the plans are is once they're accepted in the program, then we can go out, borrow the money, fix it, and 105 will pay the loan. That's the process. I'm just not sure exactly when Ken's gonna submit all that stuff. Waiting for it last couple of months, but I know they're close. But yeah, all programs are eligible, all BIA programs are eligible for these funds. So all they gotta do is go to SRD and tell them what their needs are.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Also, one thing too that I think, we have to get a handle on as far as funding goes, is funding opportunities. And, September 11th in 2023, I did send a grant opportunity for facilities, repair to the director there. And it wasn't, taken, there was no action taken on it. But at the JEC, yep. I sent it to Director Badhand and, for some reason he didn't go after it because I followed up at economic development. So in instances like that, if, I'm not sure if the director has, like knowledge in writing grants, but we should make sure that there's support there and a push to make sure that they are coming at least.
Yeah, because he did report to judiciary the status of their building, and I've also heard from other people the status of the building, and it's not good out there.
Yeah, I do know that they're needed repairs. I do know that.
And for the time period there, I'm not sure if that's when, he was hospitalized and had a procedure done and was gone. I don't know if that's when you sent it or not. So just to let you know that. Tammy, do you want to bring your issue up before your 3 o'clock? There's one more.
So yesterday I asked, about telephones for the IHS employees. And I asked that we make some really strict stipulations. I don't know if you got anything from like, anything to add to that or whatever, but I know there is some IHS employees that would like to do that. Maybe limit that to 3,000 or 2,500, whichever one. And have them sign a contract if they don't pay it. You know, we write a complaint letter to Aberdeen or somewhere because I know they do have to take care of their debts. And then put a stipulation, you know, maybe be employed there for 5 years or longer.
So,
But,
yeah.
so I understand, Wayne, I know what you're gonna say, there was quite a few of them that did not pay back the last time you guys offered this opportunity. But I believe some of those employees are no longer employed there. Some of them I think might be employed at SWA and local tribe. So there's an opportunity to collect from them there. But the ones that have paid back, that don't owe, you know, and I say this because TLE gets it, you know, everybody else gets it, but we always use out our Indian Health Service people too. And there's enrolled members that work there that, yeah.
That there are procedures for accepting new programs into the TELP program. I mean, like just not too long ago, the Boys and Girls Club was accepted. The process is they submit a proposal, what do you want to do, and then there's an agreement written up between that entity and the TELP program. If IHS wants to do that, they can submit the proposal. Individuals come down, I can't approve for individual unless IHS agrees to one, payroll deduction program, and two, to help us enforce the payment. That's all we ask for. So someone from IHS will submit a proposal, we'll include them to the TELP program. It's very simple. Since the last time that all this controversy happened, IHS has refused to do that. So if someone from IHS will write a request, and then we'll follow up on it.
Okay, well, thanks for the explanation, because now the employees up there, if they heard it.
It's on TV, it's on air, yeah. So it's up to IHS. IHS has to submit a request, and as long as they agree with the payroll deduction, help us enforce it, it's not a problem.
Okay, that's, as long as they heard it, you
Yeah.
know, and they're aware of what needs to happen.
Sure.
Okay.
It's just like that for the BIA or anybody else. I mean, it's open to everybody, but we just have to have an agreement in place to make sure that they're agreeable to.
Is there a scope of work, was the scope of work attached to this?
This was all that was given to me today. This is all I've seen. And what this is to reconsider and amend the old resolution. And the old resolution, the council remembers, the funding for the HIP program for, 23 was taken back by the tribal council. That wasn't given to HIP to administer. So what the tribal council said that for that 23 funding, we wanted to use that for down payment assistance to help augment what's going on with the housing program.
It's because we're doing it.
But there was never any direction as to who was going to administer the program or how it was going to be administered. So this is what Ken sent over me today. So that's as far as I know about it. You know, I asked Kathy about it, so but that's as far as I know about it. So I'm just letting you guys know. Yeah.
Okay, so. Wait, Sherry, Mike had it next, sorry. Mike, do you still want the floor?
Oh, on the 12th loan thing, Wayne made the point that the agency, the employer has to agree to a payroll deduction.
Yeah.
To participate in the payroll deduction process. And that's always been the problem.
And then Mike, respectful to your age, I just want to remind you that when we're addressing the council, we're supposed to be standing. And unless there's a reason why you can't stand, just letting you know.
Yeah,
that way when
I stand corrected.
That way when you're done talking, I know you're done talking.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, sure.
Nicole, was there the scope of work? So council, this went through, Economic Development Committee, and we did at committee approve of scope of work. Tatanka Funds had a meeting, a technical assistance meeting with the Bureau in the area office regarding this funding, and there was a few things that we needed before they could draw the money down from the tribe, because it's still with the tribe. But there was a scope of work that we approved at committee level, and we forwarded it to council with as emergency legislation. So there is a scope of work, and I wanted to make sure that was approved today too. We already approved this funding to go to them, but there was a few things that needed to be changed. And in this, I looked through it.
On the back too, Sheriff.
Okay. On the 6th whereas, Tatanka Co needs to be struck out because Tatanka Funds is not, they're just like a sister company. They're not owned by Tatanka Co. So it's just Tatanka Funds, that's Tatanka Funds, and then it states it on the back as well. But this category D, there's category A, B, C, and D of HIP funds. And this one specifically is for category D in the amount of $745. Should I wait till we get the scope of work so we can get that up?
And this is, just for clarity, this is separate from the IHIP that we're doing from that money that's been setting. So people aren't confused that we're doing A, B, and C. And this is for the next part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I want people to get confused because we have been taking applicants. We have a deadline of the end of the year as well. We did ask for extension into the second week of January, the funding that had set for 10 years. We are going to be going out with A, B, and C, which we did get a waiver so we can, you know, a lot of people are asking us questions as to their qualifications. And it does raise that where people that normally aren't qualified can be qualified for this. We're going to be getting technical assistance training tomorrow to start getting those applications entered into the system so that we can get our people, our contractors to come in and start going out and repairing homes. So it's repair, renovate, or replace. That's the A, B, and C. And the one Sherry's discussing is the category D.
Which will be for down payment assistance only.
Yeah. So they are separate. I just wanted to clarify that. That's why we named the one that we're working on IHIP, not IHOP. It's not pancakes. It's IHIP.
So I was gonna make a motion to approve, but I'll wait till we get the scope of work.
Okay.
I'll call around on that.
I seen you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to stand up. Anyway, I want to take a break from these resolutions. And I want to address that motion that I tried to make this morning regarding the elderly getting Christmas bonus. And I'd like to bring that up, and I want a roll call vote on that also.
Okay. So you want to make that as a motion?
Yeah, I want to make a motion.
Okay, I need a second to Bob's.
First of all, could I ask Wayne how much money would be able to afford them?
Where it should come from. There should be a list from when you gave them all $50.
Yep, we have that list.
Okay, and also, for that person that texted me this morning, if the council does approve of these bonuses, I am not gonna get one. Those are questioned by one of somebody that questioned me, wanted to know if I'll be able to, if I'm gonna be getting a bonus. That's why I'm fighting for it. No, I'm not. I'm trying to get a bonus for the elderly people, and I'm not gonna get one.
How much?
So Wayne needs to identify and how much is the bonus?
Don't ask me, because I'm gonna ask a whole bunch.
I think last year before, you get $50, right? Wasn't it?
Is it for working?
No, he's talked to, well, that's.
Or anybody only?
All elders are just
Elders.
working class as well? That's what she's asking.
Anybody.
Anybody and
Who's the
everybody.
Elders.
What's the age, 65 and above?
The
60?
elderly one, or 60.
Elders, 800 employees versus around 250.
Tammy and then Mike. We're still in, second by
I got
Chris,
questions too.
motion by Bob, second by Chris, now discussion. Which is Mike and then Tammy. Mike,
Well, you recognize her first.
oh,
Go ahead.
I'll go first.
Well, first of all, I respect the desire to help out us old people, but where's this money gonna come from? Wayne, I guess, focus the ball's in your court. I have no idea how many elders are eligible. And how much are we talking about, and how much can we afford?
I'm assuming off the cuff, there's about 1,060 and above. So
How many?
about 1,060 and above. So I'm assuming we're talking at least $50,000.
It's gonna be about 50,000 based on,
1,000. The 1,000 elderlies at 60 and above.
okay, but how
50,
much
50.
per? How much per?
$50 a piece.
$50?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
That's
I'm not
what they
gonna-
give
I'm not
last
gonna
time.
Squabble over $50.
Tammy,
Will you squabble over 500?
Yes, especially after the presentation by the children.
I would say, yeah,
Let's be responsible.
RF buoys.
Yep, we paid a lot to buoys, but let's take it out of TLE funds. We don't ever touch that revenue, and it's our revenue.
Ben?
Also, I agree. Our elders are very important. So we just gave out 500 to the employees, I think, the other day. It was kind of interesting. I was kind of curious about where that was going to come from too also. But I think you, Madam Chair, brought up an elderly thing, I think it was at the beginning of the year here, I think, where you wanted to give all the elders, things like that. So we're kind of discussing, it's probably like maybe 250 elders, maybe, I think, I'm not sure, but I don't know.
There's quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
And we do have a list established from that event, and just for the record, I didn't do the 50, that was the committee that did
yeah,
50, I just organized the event.
yep,
But they do have a current list that we got from every community because the list that came in, we had to update it because some of the people no longer were in that community, some were no longer on the reservation, and some were deceased. The list that they do have at Elderly Affairs is current now, and it does have all that information, and the number is very large.
and I was gonna say that too, because I think not only on the reservation, the off reservation, other things that we're gonna have to discuss, off reservation too. I know there's other that could be off the reservation also, so.
Yeah.
But, I'm all for it, because again, our elders, again, they're not gonna be here as much as we want them to be, but again, it's something that they force you. So $50, I don't think that's kind of low for me as far as, you know, because again, our employees just got $500 and additional $1,000 before that. So, those are just my concerns on it. So, but yeah, I would encourage it, for at least a higher amount than $50. Because I mean, it's kind of outrageous to just give them $50. I'd rather give them 500. Something to look forward to. Of course, they do have to take care of themselves and also maybe, you know, grandkids. So anyway, that's my concern. Thank you.
So the motion is on the floor, and what you guys are gonna need to establish before I get to you, Totes, is the amount, whether it's gonna be on and off the reservation, and the source of where it's gonna come from.
I was just given the resolution last year. Last year, they gave $50 for hourlies living on a reservation. There were 1,200 hourlies, so they spent $60,000. The actual check when I went out was $57,900. That was last year. And last year they took the money out of the LATC funds.
What is that?
That's that local area.
How much is that?
Treasury money that we got. There was leftover ARPA monies after all the allocations. So what the Treasury Department did is divide that amongst all the tribes. And Rosebud got 2 allocations of $3 million. That's where we have about 2.8 left. We have about 2.8 million left of LATC funds.
Oh, those funds?
Yeah.
We have to
$200. Go 200.
Okay, Totes,
That's
next.
200,000.
Totes.
Do we do have the funds to go 300 apiece, $50 and then get nobody in.
There's 1,200.
Yeah, that's what our 500 apiece.
Yeah, what would it be?
360,000.
If everybody listening, this is for the elders. Don't be bugging them, you young ones. Let the elders have it at peace. It's Christmas time. Let them do what they want with this money. Yeah.
Along with that, you need to know, you also need to make the consideration if you're going to keep this reservation only or all elders enrolled.
What was it last year?
On reservation.
On
Well,
the
let's leave it.
reservation.
On the reservation.
If it was on or off.
On the res.
It was on.
It says elders living on the reservation.
Yes, keep it on the res.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, you know, elderly's off reservation must be better off. That's why they're not here.
I mean, so.
And the funding will be used on LATC.
Yeah, that's what I
Do you have
recommend.
enough in there?
300. 300.
$300.
300.
Who's the out of the
Like a
LATC?
politician now.
Made it, we already got a second. And does everybody know what the motion is?
To give on reservation elders, there's approximately 1,200 on reservation elders a $300 Christmas bonus out of the LATC funds.
No, I need a question. Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well, I was gonna ask for a roll call vote, see how many
Yeah,
motions.
whenever-
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote.
Everybody
Council,
voted yes.
can I,
Everybody voted yes.
can I suggest one thing?
Yeah.
That you reconsider and amend 2024-162 and change the dates to this year, $300, and then that way it's done by resolution.
We want to come back.
Okay. 24,
Yeah.
162.
Okay. 162, that's from last year.
Yeah, it's 2024-162, and just amend it and increase the amount to $300 and change the dates till this year.
Motion to reconsider and amend 2024 dash what?
162.
162 to amend the $50 to $300
And change the dates to.
change the dates to today's date, December 14th, 2024.
Question by Bill. Or second, I mean,
A second, that's one question.
and Michelle question.
So that listing will be going off of last year then, for names and everything, so.
Yeah,
It'll be,
we already have it established from when we did the elder event.
it'll be a little quicker.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all current.
So that motion that he made, you withdrawing it?
Are you gonna withdraw so this can be amended?
Yep.
Yes, and Chris made it. Bill second.
Roll call vote?
You could, I mean, it's gonna get, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
None. Not voting?
2.
Chris? And Mike? Chris, Mike, Bob? It doesn't, I see me right here.
So now that we just gave our elders, $300, which would be really great. Talk to my grandpa later about that, but anyways, our Spotted Tail Crisis Center just came in too, and I understand that, I know that we have some money too. I make a motion to donate 5,000 for the Christmas, whatever they need,
A second.
from the LATC too.
5,000 to Bob, is that what you said?
5,000 to Bob and his wife. Take me out to eat. No, to the Spotted Tail Crisis Center.
I'll second it. Or you second it.
Question? Yeah, yeah, just 5.
Who's second? You?
Tammy.
I'll question it.
And Bob question, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Thank you guys. Really have a good Christmas.
Tammy? Tammy and then Bob and then Bill.
Mike's been waiting.
Sorry, Mike. I don't know exactly what, PMO is doing with some of those buildings out there. Maybe we can possibly look into that and find out. I know Spot Tail Crisis Center says they need a bigger facility, while there's like a lot of buildings up there. Or maybe if that school is not gonna be utilized, maybe just half of it's gonna be utilized. I don't know that either. Maybe we can look there, but they do need some bigger space. And that was just, if you could look into that, please.
Mike? Oh, Bill and then Mike. And Bob. Oh, sorry, Bob. It's right here, different list.
Yes, I know it's all passed and everything, but there's just one question here that kind of came up is in that time frame from last year. I wonder if there's any new, it's 60 and above. If there's any additional new birthdays that just hit 60, or we have to.
Or even some people.
There will be.
Even people that have gone on to.
There will be, and then we'll end up amending it to add additional people. Because that's what we had to do when we originally did that.
Last year was.
Yeah, we start off with just 1,000 and then it grew.
Okay.
Okay, Bob. Actually, I cut you off, so you're up. And then Mike.
Since we're in a giving mood, if you guys know Richard Charging Hawk.
Is he,
Richard Charging Hawk used to be a council member out of Black Lake several years ago. And he was very instrumental in running the fast pitch during the Rosebud Fair. He was instrumental in running the fast pitch league. And also he organizes a lot of sports activities with the youth. And his wife is a mentor for Black Lake elementary kids. And unfortunately, Richard's going through trying times right now. He's having open heart surgery. And I was gonna.
Council donation did give him.
Did they donate?
500? Nicole? And my office assisted him too.
Oh, okay.
So, and the
Okay.
council donation gave him some too, but I don't.
Oh, okay, all right then. I didn't know that, so that's why I was saying that.
Mike, vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Wayne. Procedurally speaking, the way we just dealt with the money for the elderly, reconsidering the resolution and all that stuff, that was the proper way to do it.
Yeah, 'cause-
Yesterday, when we passed the bonus thing, was that procedurally correct?
No, that's the way it's been done in the past. It should actually be done by resolution, but no, it's been done that way in the past, so
Oh, so that makes it okay then?
It doesn't make it okay, but
Well, I just wanted to point that out, you know, I mean, sometimes we're sticklers, sometimes we're not.
Is he done?
No, I have one more. Here you go.
You didn't take this one yet.
Yeah.
I just got
No,
the backup for it.
she's gonna,
Ready to bring it on.
yeah, she went to go get the plan, or she was gonna bring the plan later, but.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it. What category would your office be under? AD&C? AD&C? Yeah, renovation,
She should be. I know she asked, he said I had a letter yesterday, but that letter did not.
we have the renovation, repair, or replace. And this one's different, this is allowing the down payment.
I think there's a resolution on offer.
Every time these on it, it's just embedded. She started training. Never got the waivers, so.
Yeah, there was a resolution, but it must be submitted.
Don't do it for next year.
No, all of them.
This goes, all these go.
To the hip. Martina, would you help me?
Yeah. Wayne's got a resolution.
That'll give us time to distribute these. No, there's 3 pages.
Oh.
Each.
Oh. Okay, okay. Go ahead, here's Wayne while they're passing.
Council, this resolution that is now passed out has to do with the, it's called the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board. And the tribal council here passed it, and all the other tribes are listed here past that corporation that the tribe set up to manage the Black Hills National Forest Stewardship Program. So what this resolution here does, actually names the officers of the corporation, and it gives the corporation the authority to enter into a 638 contract with the Forest Service. So no problem.
I know, I was equal, we're bored.
Well, I don't know if somebody wants to bring it on as emergency legislation, then I can read it in and.
I'll bring it on as emergency.
Okay.
Coach, second by Mike.
No question.
Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yes, me too.
8.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3.
Motion to approve?
Motion to.
Chris, second? Need a second? Charles? Okay, wait.
I'll start from the fourth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux tribe is one of the constituent Sioux Nation tribes and signatory to the 1868 Sioux Nation Treaty. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe authorized a co-stewardship agreement with the U.S. Forest Service Black Hills National Forest and authorized the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board to oversee the implementation of the co-stewardship agreement. And whereas the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board was authorized to oversee the USDA Forest Service Black Hills National Forest co-stewardship agreement. And whereas on November 22nd, 2024, the Great Sioux Nation tribes met and elected officers for the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board. They are Rosebud Sioux Tribe President Kathy Woodenknife would be the chairman. Co-chair, Oglala Sioux Tribe President Frank Starr comes out. Co-chair, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Chairman Ryman LeBeau. Vice Chair, Crow Creek Sioux Tribe Chairman Peter Linke, Treasurer. Standing Rock Sioux Tribe Chairwoman Janet Alkire, Secretary. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorizes the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board and its designated LLC to serve as a tribal organization under Public Law 93-638, the Tribal Forest Protection Act, and subsidiary agreements and task orders under those and other authorities include stewardship and good neighbor authority to represent the Rosebud Sioux tribe in carrying out the Black Hills National Forest co-stewardship agreement with the understanding. Now therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe approves the appointments of the Great Sioux Nation Secret Sites Board officer as follows: Rosebud Sioux tribe president Kathleen Woodknife as co-chair, Oglala Sioux tribe president Frank Starr comes out co-chair, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe chairman Raymond LeBeau co-chair, vice chair Crow Creek Sioux tribe chairman Peter Linke treasurer, and Standing Rock Sioux tribe chairwoman Janet Alkire secretary. Yet further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe authorizes the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board and its designated LLC to serve as a tribal organization under Public Law 93-638, the Tribal Forest Protection Act, and subsidiary agreements under those and other authorities, including stewardship and good neighbor authority, represent the Rosebud Sioux tribe in carrying out the Black Hills National Forest co-stewardship agreement with the understanding provided the Great Sioux Nation Sacred Sites Board shall report quarterly to the tribe on co-stewardship activities.
Any discussion? Question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 3. Motion carried.
Let's appreciate tonight.
Yeah. Yes. Sure.
Motion to reconsider and amend resolution 24-302.
Question. Second. Phil, here's one more. Question?
Agree.
Oh, no, don't need it. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Just read the whole thing. Just kidding.
So the fifth whereas is where all the changes are. Everything that's in yellow is everything that's being amended. There was some changes to the numbers. It should have been $745,291. Whereas the VIA Housing Improvement Program seeks to enhance the quality of life in qualified individuals by addressing substandard housing and homelessness for members of federally recognized tribes, and is a home improvement and replacement grant program that serves the neediest of the needy, AN, who have substandard housing or no housing at all and have no immediate source of housing assistance. It is a secondary safety net housing program that seeks to eliminate substandard housing and homelessness in Indian communities by helping those who need it most obtain adequate, safe, and sanitary housing for themselves and their families. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe will maintain fiduciary responsibility and implement the awarded funds in partnership with Strike Sioux Cove, the Tatanka Funds, CDFI.
Thought you took that up.
Oh, yeah. Strike Sioux Cove, and it should say Tatanka Funds Incorporated. In an effort to increase home buyer readiness to provide eligible home buyers with up to 15% of a home loan or $20,000, whichever is less, in down payment assistance, in an effort to reduce the amount they need to purchase a home and reduce his monthly mortgage payment. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Sichanga Resource Development was requested by the Regional BIA Pit Director to plan and execute the FY24 Regional BIA Housing Conference in February 2024, and due to the success of past efforts, SRD has been asked to plan and execute FY 2025 Regional BIA Housing Conference, utilizing up to $20,000 of the awarded funds to be reimbursed to SRD for these two regional conferences. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's FY 23 HIP award in the amount of $745,291 will be separated into three categories between Tatanka Funds and Sichanga Resource Development. $660,000 for HIP Category D down payment assistance. EPA helps eligible tribal members with grants and low interest loans that reduce the amount they need to purchase a home and reduces monthly mortgage payments up to 15% or $20,000. $65,291 to Tonka Funds administrative costs, $20,000 BIA Regional Housing Improvement Program, Conference, Sioux Resource Development. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the request and acceptance of the FY23 BIA Housing Improvement Program allocation amount in $745,291 and authorizes to Tonka Funds Incorporated to implement funds authorized under Category D down payment assistance in the amount of $291, sorry, in effort to assist income eligible tribal members in becoming homeowners and authorizes reimbursement to Sioux Resource Development for planning and coordination and execution of the 2024 and 2025 BIA Housing Conference in the amount of $20,000. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the memorandum of agreement between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and Strike Sioux Co. to Tonka Funds Incorporated in the amount of $725,291 for the purpose of coordinating the application process, distribution of down payment assistance up to 33 eligible tribal members. And finally, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the president or designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof. And attached, or what we handed out, is the scope of work and the MOU.
And this is the funding that is working in collaboration with the 100 homes in order for those homes to have a down payment for the tribal membership.
Yeah, but it's open to any tribal member that's purchasing a house, even if it's not one of those. So it's the options out there. One thing that's probably gonna come forward after we have a meeting with the BIA is to ask if we could do an improvement of approving people over the specific amount of the poverty line. You know how LEAC does like 150% over? So something similar to that, but we have to hear from BIA before I bring that.
Yeah, because for what we're doing with the IHIP for the category A, B, and C, we did receive that waiver where we can go over that income amount.
Yeah, and that's what we're gonna do with this.
Okay, so on here, it has, when we originally did that, it was for the 660,000, the 65,291 and the 20,000. I guess I need to ask Wayne, we already did our budget and it did not include the 65,291 and 20,000, only the 660,000 for category D. So did you guys, when we did the budget for the IHIP, it only included the 660,000 for the down payment. It didn't include the 65 for the admin costs and the 20,000 for the SRD. So that's going to affect the budget that we already put in place for A, B, and C.
It's not supposed to. It's only supposed to be the funds for 23, so I'm not sure what that amount is.
Yeah,
It's only supposed to include the 23 funds.
the amount is 745,000 for the category D.
And that's not what, I mean, I'll have to look at it, but I'm pretty sure that that resolution that already had been passed, it was only for the 660,000.
I don't know. They just gave this to me, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah, they met with BIA yesterday.
But I'm saying that other resolution was prior to yesterday, covering the 660,000, so that will affect what we already approved.
I'm not too sure if it will, because this amount was all under category D already. So it shouldn't have been included in your budget.
The meetings that we had with the BIA and with Lane and everyone, and SWA, when we took the program back from SWA and brought it back to the tribe to fulfill, it only covered the 660,000. So it might have to come from another source, or we're gonna have to modify what we did, because it's the administrative cost for the people that are gonna be working with it, and then the cost of the home repairs, renovation, and if needed, the replacement. Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did, Who, I know what, I'm aware of Tatanka funds and generally what it does, but who is Tatanka funds? I know they're incorporated. Are they associated with Redco in any way?
Yes.
They are. Okay, now who will have, management of these funds?
Tatanka funds.
Separate from Redco or Sichambu? How is that guaranteed? And I ask this question because I believe, I read somewhere that Redco is coming out of the hole. Pardon me if, but, so and we are responsible for these funds. So I just want to be sure that they are going to be safe from, I know what Redco's business model is, okay? When it comes to money and stuff. So I want to be sure that this pot of money is independent from
It is.
their other funds. Well, I want some guarantee to that.
Tatanka funds has their own.
Who's gonna be signing the checks, all that stuff?
Tatanka funds has their own board. They have their own, just like OHDC, they have their own bank accounts and they operate out of their own funding. So they're
Okay.
not paid by Redco. So Sichambu Co. is Redco, Tatanka funds, and Sichambu CDC as a coalition.
Right,
Sichambu Co.
I understand that, but the principal owner is Redco.
No.
I mean, who incorporated?
The tribe.
The tribe did? We did that here? Okay, that's fine. And so, I guess I just want to be sure that these funds are,
They won't be
independent of.
commingled, yeah, they won't be commingled.
All right.
Tatanka funds has a lot of other funds from USDA and whatnot that actually require them to open separate accounts and can't be commingled, so they are real, good with.
I guess I was directing my question to Wayne.
Oh.
Are you comfortable with, you're okay with the way Terry just explained it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether the tribe or Redco issued the charter. But they do have their own charter, they do have their own board, they have their own checking account, they have their own funding. And the whole idea was for them to be independent because they're supposed to get to the point where they're gonna be like our local bank. Like whatever Dakota Funds is over in Pine Ridge, Tatanka Funds is gonna be that version for us here.
How will we monitor those funds? Given that this is a grant to the tribe, right?
Yeah.
First and foremost,
Right.
that's where I'm coming.
With this particular grant, it would be like a flow through. So then whenever funds are advanced to Tonka funds, they're going to have to provide financial backup how the funds were spent before other funds are issued.
So it's going to be paid out to them incrementally upon their presentation of.
Same way as it works with the home in Vision, what's that called? The women's shelter. The tribe receives grants in their name and their flow through. So whenever they request funds, before they get their next advance, they have to submit backup documentation, how those funds were spent. So that we all have on file that they're spent according to the.
Okay, that flows through your office then.
Yeah, and it's called flow through.
All right.
Anytime the tribe receives funds, it has to be that way. If Redco receives a grant directly, we don't see it, but these are tribal funds, so that's the process it goes through.
Oh, sorry, Michelle.
There's Kathy's resolution is 307, this one's 306, so her resolution came after this and they're separate, the funding is separate. Charlie sent it to me, so I just now emailed it out to everybody. Okay, so it is correct, the numbers. Thank you.
Well, it works out, yeah.
But what one got here first?
So, okay, questions?
Need a question, Michelle? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
And council, I lied to you.
Oh.
Oh, you said that for the last one, no?
It's this next resolution is directly related to the one you just passed. And what this resolution does is the BIA issued some waivers on some HIP requirements. So what this resolution does is it asks that the requirement for eligibility for this program be increased from 80% of the area median to 100%. So it increases the eligibility to participate in this program.
Oh, it already came. It's because.
And it's just so the council's aware what we're talking about. I think it was last September, the Secretary of Interior, Assistant Secretary of Interior, Brian Newman, signed a waiver to the HIP requirement for eligibility and seating awards for different categories. For example, don't quote these aren't exact, but for example, like category A, the original amount was it could not exceed like $10,000. That was net to 20,000. Category B was like 30,000. That was increased to 90,000. Category C, which is the new home, was from 120,000 to no cap, and no cap. And then the eligibility, the people that are eligible to participate in HIP, the income level were raised from 80% of the area income to 100%. So what this resolution does is it authorizes the use of these down payment assistance money to utilize the waiver, increasing the eligibility from 80% to 100%.
370. So we need someone to bring this on as emergency legislation. Sherry? That'll be 2024-370.
Motion for emergency legislation?
Second, Mike. Question, Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Motion to approve, Sherry.
Okay, I'll start at,
Need a second.
Oh, sorry.
But Ben? Okay.
Whereas.
I know. That's whereas the current BIA housing program income eligibility criteria for participation is low and limits tribal member participation as the current requirements for eligibility are that an applicant must have an annual income that is 80% or less of the Department of Health and Human Services poverty income guidelines, negatively impacting the tribe's ability to promote home ownership for tribal members who may fall into the low income category. Whereas BIA income eligibility criteria must be examined and expanded to allow for the participation of low to moderate income LMI tribal members, increasing the number of households to be served with the BIA HIP funding. And therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby requests that the Bureau of Indian Affairs examine and expand income limits for eligibility under Category B for the BIA housing program from 80% of the area median income to 100% of the area median income, to allow participation and inclusion to those tribal members who may meet eligibility criteria under the low to moderate income category. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or the designated official to sign and execute all applications and documents thereof.
Question? Mike? Oh, you're just, okay. Chris? All in favor? Or do you have discussion? No? Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Now voting? 2. Motion carried. Yes, Mr. Bolts?
Madam Chair, thank you. Wayne, what is the area medium income.
Couldn't tell you.
You know what that is?
It might be around 34,000, something like that.
How much?
34,000 maybe?
34,000?
Yeah, I'm not positive, but it's in that area.
Okay, so what does that mean relative to being eligible for the assistance?
In the past, people that were 80% of it, so 80% of 34 would be what, 25,000?
Right, I understand that.
You'll be eligible for it. Now people that make 34,000 are eligible.
So if you make up to 35,000, you're gonna be eligible.
Yeah, but no, there's a formula they use, Mike. And there's a formula like if I make $100,000, then I get to deduct so much for each dependent
Right.
and so much for my rent. and
Okay, so it's net.
Yeah, it's
Basically,
net.
that's where you're going.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Could
so
we see
my-
what, could we see what that criteria is at some point, so?
Sure.
So Mike, with, the TA that we're gonna be getting tomorrow from the VIA, it's that, we're gonna be going, what is that system called?
I can't remember, but yeah.
There's an acronym for it, but it's a system where we're gonna put out, like, for what we're doing with A, B, and C categories, we enter the applicant's information in there, and then that is what will determine, but it's like that, like, for like HUD standards, it's 150% above the poverty level, isn't that what it is?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, so we can get those figures for you.
And I think the Taco Fund had their TA with
Yeah.
Andre today.
Yeah, yeah, theirs is today and ours is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So once we have that, we'll have more answers for you, Mike.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions? No?
Any more lights?
Any more resolutions?
I'm done. Promise. I'm done.
And just so, and on the category that we're working out of the president's office with, people are really excited because I have asked for, our office asked for SWA's list of people that have been there that haven't been met. We have also got a list from the CARES, the ARPA office, and a lot of people that had contacted us that they had put applications in but never heard anything. And so we are actually working and collaborating with ARPA to get the people who they had listed. We're sending letters out to all the ones from SWA that have just been sitting there, letting them know that they need to fill this application out. And through the IHIP program, it's for, like I said, renovation, repair, and replacement. So we've had, I think, 200 or more people that have come in and picked up applications. So that's that 2.8 that came to this tribe 10 years ago, and then it was given to SWA to work with, and nothing happened. It sat there all these years. When I became the president, we met with the BIA. They updated us and informed us, and we took it on in order to help our people with the repair, renovation, and replacement if necessary. Because if we didn't, our neighbors to the east of us had more applicants than we had. We found out that we only had 68 and they had 1,600. And so our goal is to get as much applicants in here so we can get homes fixed. And it actually is a basis of the next funding round, whether we'd even be eligible again because it sat there for so long. So there's a lot to it that we had to catch up on. And so we're moving forward with it. We'll get that TA done and we'll start getting people some of those repairs.
Where do you take the applications?
Pardon?
Where do we take the applications?
President's office. We have everything in there. We're hiring intake specialists, a contracting specialist. They're going to be located in the office across the hall from the president's office. Everything's all set up and ready to go once the TA is done and we get the people started. Bob?
Okay, I'm kind of frustrated with the ARPA's office because I got a house that needed roof repairs and they submitted an application 5 years ago. The only time that they come down is look at the house and they say, oh yeah, and they take off. I don't know how many oh yeah that we got so far.
Yeah.
And another constituent of mine requested ARPA to come down and look at her house. And they figured that there's a you could see the ground from the floor. So she requested material for them to fix the floor, and they came down and dropped off the material and they took off. So I hope that's not the only isolated case. I hope that there's no other tribal members going through that. And to me, I don't think that they're fulfilling their obligation, especially for outlying communities. They might do that for Rosebud and Mission, but for smaller communities, that's the practice that they've been doing. And I'm extremely frustrated with it.
Sherry and then Royal.
Just a few things that I wanted to update regarding Economic Development Committee. A couple of committees have made the motion several times that we have a strategic plan developed and that we RFP it. So I just want to reaffirm a motion that Chris made at Economic Development Committee that the council makes to make a motion for the council to have a strategic planning session to RFP that. Who did we assign that to do the RFP?
Kathy's office, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did your office handle doing the RFP for?
I haven't gotten anything telling me to do that.
Yeah.
I think that meeting was just like recent too, though.
Yeah, it was
You were
just
gone.
most
so,
recent meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I need to make a motion for that. I also wanted to let the committee know that, the tribe has this document and it's called, our Community Economic Development Strategy. And for that, it depends a lot on what kind of grants we can get. And this past year, they changed the dates where it was due and tried to put all the tribes in one, so they're all in the same period. However, our plan needs to have a public hearing. So we made a motion at Economic Development to have a public hearing for our proposed SEDS document. It should be in all your emails for January 31st.
It was one of those end of the month dates because that was
January 29th.
Yeah.
From 1 to 3. So I wanted to let you guys all know that in the public while we're on television, there'll be a public notice put out by the Secretary's office, but this is really important because it's for all our grants. And also the other thing that's really important that we need to be mindful of, we're always wanting the BIA to do all these things for us, and they have their budget 2 years in advance that they start planning. But one of the things that we need to do as a tribe is we need to rank our priorities. And Director Ledoux should have put that packet in your mailbox. So please fill that packet out and turn it back in. If you want to put it in my box, I'll make sure Ken gets it. But we all need to do that. Otherwise, the Great Plains region is going to decide for us rather than our tribe being able to have a say-so when it comes to TVET.
We have to do that for the end of the month, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So, motion to have the president's office put out an RFP for a strategic management plan for the Rosebud Sioux tribe.
Any second? Chris? Any discussion? Before I do. Years ago, when I first started working for RDO, when it was RDO, back then, and Wayne, Mike, Willie might remember, both Redco and RDO at that time, they used to do this. Because when I first started working there and I was working on research, they asked me to look at the SEDS plan. And there's two. There's the one with the acronym SEDS and the one with CEDS. But a lot of what you're talking about used to be done by those two categories, right? I mean, those two programs. And so I just wanted to mention that it's probably been a long time since one has come up. And
it expired it expires in 2023. Redcoat did the last one, and the grant is still sitting with them.
Okay.
So that's where it's at. So Michael Point is the main one pushing. That's who the email is going to be from with the SEDS document. It's very lengthy, just to warn you guys. But if there's anything we need moving forward that we wanna work on as a tribe, like I know we had somebody present to us for hempcrete and other things like that, we need to make sure that that's included in that plan.
And then just for your information, before I went to my last meeting in Washington, I did have Sarah send something out for me. When I'm traveling, and I'm representing the tribe, this is one of the reasons why I'm doing that. It's exactly what you just brought up. I had asked Sarah to contact every program and to give me their needs, unmet needs, their current budget, their projected budget, and scope of work, so that when I have that opportunity to meet, and every time I've gone, we've met with Rounds, the only one we have not met with is Sioux. But the senators we have met with, and on TBEC, like Lisa says, they're now in some of the meetings, they don't always let your delegate, sometimes it has to be the president. So on these trips I've been taking, these are what I've been doing. And when I asked for this, only 5 programs gave me what I needed to take with me. And the meetings that we are having, like yes, before I came back, we met with Rounds. So they know our needs for law enforcement, for all the issues that are going on with law enforcement, the issues with housing, roads, transportation, everything that we talk about here daily, I do take that with me, and that's what we discuss. Those are the meetings. I went to be a part of the Tribal Nations Summit with President Biden and Secretary Holland. And at that, the next day, we had meetings with the Oceti presidents. We're all in the room, and that's what we discussed, is the needs of our tribes, because although we're different tribes in different areas, we all have the same exact needs. But if you don't have that person at the table and that voice, I have learned since I've been in this seat that your president makes big, what do you call it? I'm sorry, I'm tired, but it really puts a lot of impact on what's being said at these meetings when you have your tribal president in attendance. And so I just wanted to mention that everything that you're saying is what has been being brought up. Everything that we all know our people need, our reservation need, that's what the discussions entail when I'm there. And I do speak up for us, because I sat here for 7 years and I'm sitting here now listening, and I have people that contact me all the time. So when I do attend these meetings, that's why I'm attending, not because I want to travel. I miss being home, but I'm there to represent this tribe and to speak up and to have that voice for us. Meetings should be attended by people that are going to be impacting the committees that they're on or the needs of this tribe, and that's the representation that I've been doing. I've been told by those that sat here before me, our treasurer, other tribal presidents that I've met with, it's very important for your tribal president to have presence at these meetings. And with that, we have a question. Totes, Mike, and Royal.
You just said, who travels with you?
Pardon?
When you go, you were referring to who travels with you when you go?
My chief of staff travels with me.
I'd like to make a recommendation that man goes, because he's our money man, and he knows the needs of every program.
Most of the tribes do take other people with them. I have invited Wayne, but he has stuff he has to do here. They take an attorney. I've asked attorneys to go, and we only have one attorney.
All right.
I can start going, so.
Mike. Oh, Mike, sorry.
Again.
If your back hurts, then
I'm
sit
chewing
still.
some bacon. I'm gonna eat bacon.
Let's in the corner.
Have we given any thought to inviting any of the staff people of any of the congressionals here to meet with us?
Yeah, and we can do that as soon as all this, the transition happens. Because they're all transitioning out.
Principally to get a feel of what's coming down the road, what Indian country can expect from the Trump administration. That's why I asked.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you when you were coughing and chewing.
I asked that question particularly from the standpoint of getting a feel of what we might expect from the Trump administration, you know, in terms of policies and whatnot that are going to affect Indian country.
That's what, I don't have it with me right now, but one of the things that we questioned is everyone thinks that he's taking out like the education portion, you know, that's been coming out, and that's not actually what it is. And I will hand that out to all of you. I'll get it to you. It's a change that it's going to actually give us more control. He's not wiping out the education system. He's just making changes with it.
I realize they're giving money. They're giving education money to the Interior Department, so I assume that's for Indian country.
And he's just really quickly, he's just putting all these other people in that he's selecting. It's the talk there in DC was that that's the quickest any president has made those changes.
Right.
And I can't remember who Wayne talked to about the 30%. I think we've been told that he's looking at a 30% cut across the board. So that is why I keep emphasizing that programs need to be prepared. They need to not wait. You know, when election was up and we sent people out to get people to vote, it didn't happen because people felt like it wasn't going to impact us, but it is going to impact us because of the changes that he's going to make. We don't know all the secrets yet, Mike, but there are going to be drastic changes.
There are Republican Indians, pardon me, in that way.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are sources that can provide that kind of information, you know, and of course, a lot of it will come out, you know, after January 25th. But I'm sure a lot of the tribes already have their ears to the ground, and some of them probably have an advantage over the rest of it, insofar as some, you know, some nitty gritty information, if you will, you know, policy.
See, that's what some of the
That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah, some of the meetings that I attended this last time is with the other tribes, all asking the same questions, and it is preparation for the change once it occurs. In talking with the senator that we did meet with, that's what they're informing us of, that we need to get those plans in now, and be prepared. And that's what we're doing with them, because once the presidency is changed with the president-elect, we need to be prepared. So that's what the tribal leaders that were there were talking about. And that was our point in time to bring it up, what our tribal needs are.
Okay.
Royal.
Yeah, to tell us the best is possible. Let's tell you about I know everybody's tired, but from social service committee is Lila hey talking Lila Casey. Hey we're gonna Wogala copy. They want to talk about trauma. Trauma and not most look at it for in social service to bring to council. And now how the tribe got where we are. We got 100% unlocked for the week to retrial hapalo. Now hit on policy in government. Back to let tribal council IRA now Pete. Small but Wogala copy. So we have those policies, tribal constitution, Baku Kasha Helish copy, shall we come to 100% Lakota, yeah, Wogala, yeah, Woyik, Chawapolo. So, and that's timeline to the trauma and policies you talked about now. Well, now we're in that stage where toxic, do it cash, personal, we take it personal and let me look up at the oik toxicity. Then toxic. Hurt feelings, personal vendetta, so how do we get back to that 100% Lakota Woyikcha? How we were before as tribe. Tiwaya, Tioshpaya, Oshpaya, Oyate. Taheo gonna bush with there for this tribal council to go through a training. Chile Chalo, they passed a couple of trainings in there, dona 40,000 and taco cash. Oyate, head social service, I told Lila, I said, let tribal council training, how that affect us. Let's say, Ija Omatko is, Dwayne, Ojaj, Michelle, Hamanki, Dwayne, Ella, Summit, work up me with please. So I want to have them come up and for 1 hour before a council meeting. And now, it won't look up the history and then so we got the 100% Lakota and then the policies, like tribal government. Now, we're not toxicity, so we're not the woke up in the so I want to make that motion here for tribal council in four sessions, 1 hour, that we take that training from the elderly and the ones who, we check up how we got to here, through here, toxic, colonized, Moscow, we talk about money and things like this, and at cash, they're not, which company. Motion to have that training. It's called trauma informed, I think it's called. And now Ogalo. So head training, head chat. Let council for 1 hour, 4 sessions. They're not history now. Lakota Woyik with Chahapalo. Ogana who now you cop maybe we can learn from it and take it in. Maybe it applies to us, maybe it don't. But we're gonna all triple. So I want to make that motion. And then also earlier today I had questions about ordinances. I even made a motion. So I researched these 2 ordinances. And I was showing Bob, I said, here's a resolution, Nicole Marshall and Scott Herman, resolution 2023-329. No.
Royal, excuse me, but do you want to do your motion first before
Okay,
it gets
yeah, I'll do that motion first. Motion to have that training 1 hour before a council meeting for 4 council meetings. So and now we talk the history, the Constitution, the treaty, and how we got here.
All right, before we move on with Royals, we have to finish Sherry's. She's not in the room, but she had made a motion to have Chairwoman Wood and I put out an RFP for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Strategic Management Plan, second by Chris, question by Charles. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. Opposed? Not voting? Motion carried. Okay, now Royals.
Okay. Motion for tribal council to take a 1 hour training from Lexi Dwayne and on the history, informed trauma on tribes.
Do I have a second, Phillips? Any discussion? Need a question? Chris?
I'll question, I have a question. 4 of them, right?
Yeah.
4 1 hour sessions.
And when are you planning on this starting, Royal?
As soon as they get it put together, Dwayne and this elderly committee.
Okay.
As soon as they get that. So probably in January, I'm thinking January.
Okay. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 0. Non-voting? 1. Motion carries.
So real briefly, this ordinance is, I asked to clarify it. So it says here, this is the latest in the personnel policies, and I'll show you Bob. Tribal employees are permitted to serve on any commission, board, or commissions and/or political activities and participation of the employee following conditions. So this is the, personnel manual that's been, updated, 2023. Has the resolution here by Scott Herman and Nicole. Then here's the judiciary ordinance. January 19th, 2012. So how to clarify which ordinance and we hide behind committees. When we refer back to a committee, so it says here in this one, 2012, tribal program directors or coordinators are not allowed to sit on any committee, commission, or board commissions, target entities. So when it came to selecting committees, how did the judiciary committee ordinance supersede the personnel committee? Those were my questions. And I asked the question, they explained to me, it didn't even answer. It's not personal to me. But when it comes to ordinances, how does the council, we use committees as a shield and a sword. We refer back to committee so we don't have to answer to anybody. And then when we fix something legislatively, it's a sword to hurt people. That's why my motion came in place, but so we're gonna work to a job. That was a question I had. Then I had the questions on the Attorney General and also the treaty office. Treaty office hit on Scoopy, and they were supposed to do a report yesterday, actually Tuesday. So this body and that treaty council, we should stand together with this administration and how they come about. Tribes, hey, open up. And then it comes to where we pay the treaty office out of this account. The office itself pays the director, pays the travel, pays the treaty council, so LSL. We should kind of be transparent and work with each other to work on the issues from that federal government. Hey, last time I was on this body, they said that there's legislation sitting there to do away with tribes. That's what when I sat on the Judiciary Committee, that's what they said. So my questions are, why is it that we're not walking and having those discussions with whatever is going on, whatever their process, whatever they've taken part in, things like this? Hey, we're gonna help that magic cow. We should be working together. Attorney General asked him to do briefs on Knight versus Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and I had him do a brief on the IHS lawsuit, winning that. So my questions were, that motion passed here with our Attorney General, is he even in office? Is he working? Or so with that, I was wanting to make a motion to have a comprehensive review of programs, committees, anything like that. She lived ethical opinions. We all have ethical opinions. But me, I raised my kids. They went to school, so I've asked 3 times when my daughter came back for summer jobs. Different offices can give her a job for the summer. She chose me. But I knew there's a nepotism clause within that. So a comprehensive review of nepotism within all committees, programs, anything of that sort, I want the Attorney General to have that comprehensive any findings or potentials. We got motion with that, I don't know.
Like for your ordinances, Royal, for that question that you had,
Yeah.
your concern on that, years ago, they did have one, a legal opinion. You know, because the attorney does do drafts of legal opinions for questions that are asked by the council, and then they'll do a legal opinion and it'll come out to the council. So if you want him to do that again, in regard to the ordinance changes, etc., we can have him do that in order to respond to that question for you. And so it sounds like if those are your concerns or ordinance changes that happened with treaty council and judiciary?
No.
Personnel manual. The personnel manual. And with the personnel manual, it is going to be, the personnel committee did make a motion to have it revisited. It's, when I was still on council, we made that same motion. It never got to the floor. It's there again for that to be reviewed. So at the directors meeting, I did hand out the old version and the new version and told them all to take a look at it, because there was a motion made, I think in personnel committee, isn't it? For somebody, for all the, Linda took the minutes. I mean, she like attends the meetings for me so that I'm informed on what's going on as well. And the personnel committee asked that Linda set up a time schedule for all the directors to come and meet with personnel in regard to that personnel policy. The personnel policy itself needs to be revisited. That ordinance needs to be amended to show the changes, and then it will come back to this body for review to make the changes, because there are inconsistencies. There are things that were taken out of that should never have been taken out of there. One of the things is there's no longer a grievance committee. So there's a lot of changes that need to be made to that policy because of the inconsistencies and the lack of continuity in some of them. Some of the changes that were made prior, there was a lot of complaints along the way for several years now. So I think we're finally going to go back to revisiting that and not reverting back to the old one, but amending 2020-10 in order for it to be right.
So this one is in June 15th of 2024. The resolution was passed. That's the personnel. Stop saying that in the call. That's the one that says.
Yeah, so that's what I said. A lot of these, there's a lot of inconsistencies, and they need to be, it needs to just be one.
That's the one the judiciary.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why. I mean, I asked the question, but there is a personal.
Yeah. So we'll have him do a opinion. Yes, Michelle and then Chris. Oh, I mean Ben, Michelle and Chris. Sorry, long day.
Personnel committee, we did do a motion to ask Linda to, she already had some of the ordinance changes made because a lot of them were back and forth. There was a lot of duplications within a lot of them. She presented, her changes, but we did ask her to schedule working sessions with directors for their input. And it was noted that we are going by the old personnel, or the new personnel manual. We're not reverting back to the old, we're currently using the new. And I did ask Jen and HR to send a notice out to all employees to let them know that, because there's confusion. Employees are confused because they're hearing, no, we're going by this one, no, we're going by this one. So I did ask Jen, I haven't seen it yet, but she's supposed to send it out and let everybody know that that's the one we're gonna use. And Linda is going to set up those sessions for us, so we can have working sessions and make those amendments that need to be made. So we are working on it.
Ben, Chris, did you forget?
No, it's not related to that, so I mean, I don't know if they're still.
Yeah, ours are both off topic.
Yeah, off a different situation, but mine would be just real quick anyways, I guess. With your situation to I don't want to say IHOP, but IHIP.
IHIP.
Your I guess cross-reference to, also veterans, I guess, for the veterans houses. I know we have some of those. I guess the Veterans Affairs has a couple people who have some issues with their stuff. So I was hoping that you could, requesting if you guys could actually go with them too to find out. The other thing is, I wonder if you would be able to, give out a list of communities of the ones that are being helped, only because I wouldn't like to see additional people get requests double.
Yeah.
So I think for us as a council representative, we would have that type of information just to say, well, you're on the list, so if somebody calls me, otherwise they would say, I'm calling, the chairman's office or somebody else. So I would just like to see a list of just who you are helping out, just basic stuff, so.
So like a lot of what we've requested is to make sure that we're getting everyone that got missed, the people that fell through the cracks. That's what we're doing is we're trying to provide the service to everyone that got missed and that have issues. Just so you're all aware, I did talk with Wayne and he had met with ARPA to put some money aside for us. We had some money in our office and we've been having people call in about furnace issues. And so I asked that we have funding set aside for winterization, meaning to work on furnaces and to work on wrapping pipes. There are people that are incapable of covering their windows because of either age or a disability. And so as we call our office, we make sure that we get somebody out to help with that. And
yeah. I'm just making sure because I know, like, let's say a community, I mean, they've been on the ARPA list for, 3-5 years, whatever, or maybe, later, they have no, no response to what, if they're gonna come out or not. So, I mean, now that your office is doing stuff, they're probably gonna take that as, we'll just go to that office, So that's why I'm kind of curious if we have like maybe a list to go by, whether it's ARPA or anything like that, so we can at least let them know that you're on these people's list and they'll contact you.
That's why we asked ARPA for their list of everyone that has not where that they have not got to yet. And with SWA's HIP program, what they were doing was just working with a specific set of people. And so we're going through those lists and the girls already started their data bank of who all we're getting applications from. And so we're building that and we will be able to give a report once we get.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's just what I'm wondering.
Because we have to give that report to the BIA, and that's why we're on a deadline. If any council want to stop, some have stopped already and picked up applications for your community members. That's going to help us get it out faster. I did put it out. I put it on Koya and I put it on Facebook. I put it on the tribe's website that we have this program. And as soon as it went out, we got a lot of applications.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how many of those, again, went into ARPA or, went into SWA to get that repair and stuff. So, but I just wanted to find out or make sure that, it's not being additional repairs to somebody's house.
No, that's what we're making sure that isn't happening.
Okay, so
and before I go to Chris, one of the things that you brought up, Bob, are people that had gotten assistance from ARPA.
Yep.
These two are connected. This is why I'm going to make this statement.
Yeah.
I get calls, Russell gets calls because our goal is to help our people as much as we can especially with the winter being here. And so some of the calls we have gotten recently are exactly what Bob's saying, where they went out and they either started work and didn't finish or they went out and did an assessment and never came back. And so we'll either I or Russell or one of the staff will call up to ARPA and ask them and double check, did you go out and work on this project? Is this the work that was done? Did you make sure this is getting done? Things like that. And so I seen the text message that's amongst you, the council, mentioning that micromanaging or something or the other because people are being pulled off of projects to go do other projects. And actually all it was is inquiries as to what Bob said. People that call and say they came and this is how it got left. It never got done. My bathroom's still like this and I still don't have this or that. So we make a call to them and say, Ben called, your people went down there and they did this, but this isn't done yet. So we're letting you know. So I don't know who worked on it, but can you check on it? And so they go out and they check on it. the decision for whoever is gonna go back and work on it, no one from my office has ever said, you need to go out and finish this project. Take Chris off of here and have him go work on Ben's. Our inquiries to ARPA are, for what Bob's concern is, people who have their houses worked on, but the contractor didn't complete the job. So when we call up there, it's to say, Chris's house is worked on, but it never got done. Can you look into that and see if your contractor finished it? Because one of the complaints was that they weren't getting the work done. And so we're doing basic follow-up. My office has never said, stop working on Ben's house and go work on Chris's house. What comes out of my office is inquiries into concerns from people whose houses have not been completed yet.
I think they were talking about.
After Michelle. Oh, Chris. I'm sorry, Chris. I keep forgetting you. Chris, Michelle, Totes, and Sherry.
Yeah, I just wanna, I had to ask the VA, I'm kind of worried about winter. I know we're here.
Yeah.
And I know we always talk about trying to plan months and months and months ahead of time, but that never works out. And we're in December and probably the last council meeting we'll have for the year. And so I just want to reassure some of our viewers, or people that are listening, that what we have in store for a plan or something, or if BAA was going to help out. So I stopped him before he left, and he said that the BAA gave EPP $60,000 so they can buy firewood during whenever EPP is activated, as well as send out their workers whenever they have them up hand. But at the same time too, I mean, I know I should probably be asking whoever's running EPP this questions, but I hardly see him, or I don't think about it until I'm here. But there's one thing that I do want to ask is that will our programs also be able to assist in those needs too during EPP? Yeah. And strategize that, or has he?
With the what?
Has EPP strategized that with the other programs if we were to be in like a big snowstorm again of all the programs?
Actually, I was gonna ask Michelle. I asked EPP to be at this meeting, or yesterday's. I mean, Nicole. Sorry, Nicole, to be at this yesterday's or this meeting. So I don't know what happened.
He was here earlier, Bob was.
Because I asked him to come and do a report so everyone would know who to contact, who the contact people were, and to have that plan in place. What happened? So he didn't come. I sent you a meeting to put him on here. Okay, so we'll have him come in again because he does have a plan.
Yeah.
And it needs to come to the council, and so we'll have him come back again.
Question, he said.
Pardon?
Yeah. I don't think we passed this yesterday because there is emergency legislation but this says $16,188 from BAA for safety of dams for purchase of firewood. It says 16,000. It said 60.
Oh, it's probably 16 then.
But I don't know if we passed this yesterday or
I
not.
was gonna get to it.
Alright, so I mean, I don't know if that's still right there with me.
And they do have a stockpile of wood.
Yeah.
And they are prepared, and that's why I wanted him to come. He did a full plan to present to the council. I asked him to do a plan, he did it, and he was supposed to come and present. So we'll get him, I'll have him get it out to you for now so you can review it and know yourself. It should have the contact people on, what the process is, if an emergency comes, what the steps are, when is it activated, all of that information is in that plan. Okay, so Mike, Totes, Sherry, and Bob.
Michelle. Michelle, go ahead.
Oh, that's Michelle, not Mike, sorry, didn't understand my own writing.
I do have my hand up, so put me in line.
I guess I wanted to go back to the ARPA stuff because I'm sure like everybody else, we all get calls, messages from different people. So then we reach out to ARPA and say, we're so-and-so on the list. So I'm wondering if we can have them show us a list of where they're at, who's on that list, so we can let the person know when they do reach out to us. We can have them report more often because they just got all that money too. So I would like to be able to have some answers for the people when they reach out to me asking where they are. So can we set something up or in your office?
I can talk to them and ask them.
A progress list?
Because I would like to see the list too and see who's left on there. And be able to answer that. And also, SWA did take around some plastic and wrap to the elders, but they left them with it. and said they didn't have people to put them on.
And that's the complaint I got, and that's why I asked Wayne if our office could, get funding from the ARPA office for us to hire a few people, one specifically to go out and work on furnaces, and a couple of laborers to go and wrap pipes and to cover windows, because I did have one elder and one person with a handicap come to the office saying, I got this, but I can't do this work. And people do have other family members in their homes, but it's not like a long time ago anymore. You can't always rely on someone within your home to help you. And it's sad that it's that way. So we
Should we send them to your office? All the elders and the ones that are unable to do the.
Yeah, you can send them and we can.
Because I got a couple of calls on those.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me see. Totes, Sherry, Bob, and Mike.
And just piggybacking off what Councilor Hollenberg just said, we'd like to have a list also of who has just been done also, and everything on their homes. And we don't have a meeting till January. What's gonna happen if a storm comes in? Because we already have people who have been 2 weeks without propane, without lights. And what is our plan with EPP and with wood? You know, we've talked about all these things, and we're here in December right now, and we requested a meeting, our very first meeting, we requested a meeting with all of these people at the table so we would know the plan. And why can't we get day labor going? We've been talking about it, but we can get chainsaws, things out in the community so people can start helping, because EPP is not activated, so they won't give none of their pile of wood out right now.
And that's
So-
one thing that would be really good. It was brought up in the office that to do a challenge within the communities, to have the community chairs have that stuff prepared for the non-EPP times when people do come up short. Antelope was one of the communities that they said, look at Antelope. Antelope always has all of this stuff prepared ahead of time. And St. Francis, yeah. St. Francis and Antelope both, how about you? You have that look. that the community's chairs are responsible for their communities. So a suggestion was that each community should have their own emergency preparation stuff for when it's not an EPP situation, that it's just a shortage of funds, or, you know, everyone has to remember that with the regulations is you can have one or the other. You know, those are in place forever. And in the past, it wasn't done that way, and we spent millions of dollars, sort of like double dipping, where we're paying for two things when the eligibility is for one of the three categories. So we should always have a backup plan.
And we should also have like a little resource guide for our people out there right now too. Redco's not delivering on time.
They're
Yep.
3 weeks behind.
And
Reese is out.
And we can, Marion gets her propane from Martin, so we can, those numbers should be up on the screen so people can see them. You know, we should have them on the radio, because there are other options out there, you know. And if maybe Redco, I think someone suggested this earlier, maybe since they got all the LEAP money, maybe they can kick some out somewhere else till they're caught up. And are their trucks all broke down? Do they only have one running?
So, like about a week ago, because of the influx of calls that came to the office, we looked into it. And I went to Wayne's office, and he got Clay on the phone to ask what's going on, because we were told, first of all, that no one was answering the phone. So we addressed that, and they did get somebody hired to answer the phone. The next question was, why are you so far behind? They are 2 to 3 weeks behind. One reason was, well, now this isn't me from fact that I know this, but what I was told was one truck, one driver. And so they're trying to get more drivers hired, and they're supposed to get another truck fixed. One of the other things that I found out through these inquiries is that the other propane vendors order their propane in advance for their regular customers. Because Sioux Propane was 2 to 3 weeks behind on deliveries, and still is, that everyone is running to these other vendors trying to get their propane. They only have so much propane left after their regular deliveries. So I talked to them myself, and that's what they had told me is, if at the end of this run, if we have extra propane, we can fill some of these other orders. But their regular customers that order all the time are their first priority, because we've always had Sioux Propane do this, but because Sioux Propane is behind, it's pulling from all these other resources, putting these vendors behind and shorting their regular quantity of propane that they have on hand during this season. So it's a mess, and I'm not sure, I can't give you an answer of how quick it's going to get caught up because of Sioux Propane being so far behind. What we suggested to them in a meeting with them last week is, if they're short on drivers, you got 2 of their employees working at the road department, and you have one working up with the trash.
Solid waste.
Yeah, with solid waste. So we suggested put them on contract and let them help deliver. If you don't have adequate drivers, because not just anybody can drive these trucks. You have to have special training to drive a propane truck. You have to have a CDL, you have to have a special training on filling tanks. So that was our suggestion last week. I haven't heard from them yet this week, so I will let you all know.
Well, I do know that,
email.
I do know that there were people with their CDLs that did apply, but they were never called for an interview. And then what about Cherry Todd? We got a lot of people with their lights off. I did not know that they do a contract with some people who have outrageous bills and they only have to pay $50 or $25. I know of one that only has to pay $10, and they still don't pay that. Can we get an update from Cherry Todd to see if they do that? If they do contract with certain people who owe an outrageous bill?
And a lot of the people, especially up, like say up in the Millette area, a lot of the people are given 3 months to get caught up. If their lights get shut off, that means in 3 months they have not made a payment. And they allow them to do so much, and they will help with emergency. But you also have to keep in mind that it's our people's responsibility to keep up on this. You know that you're running low, don't wait till it's almost empty. It's really inconvenient that we're 2 to 3 weeks behind. That's hurting everybody, everywhere. Even people not on the app. Those of us that just pay for our propane. It's just a snowball effect.
And so for our listeners right now, you need to also do your part. Check your propane tanks. Make sure you do what you can to help us help you. You know, play that role and take that part. And
for the ones that are out of propane totes, we have from the president's office, we have been getting help and getting heaters, and we've been, Russell picked up like 8 or 10. I got 8 or 10. And when people call our office because they don't have wood or they don't have propane, they are picking up heaters from us.
Okay.
I had a young lady that came in last week. She lives in a RV trailer. It caught on fire. I have pictures of it, all the burnt. She came into the office full of soot, her hands, her shoes, her face. That's her home. So on her own, she found somebody to help her, and we had some extra funds that was left behind from before. And so we used that for the people. She stayed in that trailer house burnt, and she's from Antelope community. We were able to help her, and the guy that is volunteering to help her, helped her to take out all of the burnt walls. And we were able to give her enough funding to get sheetrock, plywood, insulation, and kills. They together, just him and her, tore all the burnt part out and put up the new materials. However, it is cold in there because it burnt, so we did give her some heaters. So we do have people that try to help themselves. She didn't want to leave her home. She has a dog that she has to have with her because she has to have a special needs dog with her at all times. But this is something that we're not gonna fix today. We can do what we can to still assist people. We can assist up to 50. Lisa's office does 50, but the people have to be responsible to come up with the difference.
We know that, but I'm just saying, if we're in December, we should have planned together as a body.
Yep.
And that lady, I have been keeping in touch with her. But I want to say something else while we're online. Customer service. For our people who work for Rosebud Sioux Tribe, you work for the people. Don't you dare treat them bad when they come in to see you. You greet them in a good way. You work for the people. So if they come into your office, because I know a lot of you have been getting complaints too, holy buckets, about some of our employees, how rude they are. Start writing them up so that way, if they're that rude and they're that disrespectful, then they don't belong working here for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe if they're going to treat our people that way. And you know who you are. So I just wanted to address that because we all get complaints about some of our employees and the way they treat our people when they come in.
I will bring you all the form that was developed, that was handed out to the directors for complaints. And those complaints can be filled out by whoever had the situation occur. And remember, I'm day-to-day and personnel issues, so those complaints need to come to me so I can address them, which I have done with several already, with directors, with employees. It's the director's responsibility to address the employees, not the council. It's my responsibility to respond to the directors. Because this is legislation, personnel, according to the Constitution, is my responsibility, which I have been.
People voted us in.
Pardon?
The people voted us in, so we have every right to
So the
speak for
people
them.
can do the form too, that's what I'm saying. They do the form and they bring it and we'll address it and we'll give them a response. See, Sherry, Bob, and Mike. I didn't forget you, Bob.
I forgot what I was gonna.
Okay.
Sorry, Sherry.
Sorry, Sherry.
5 emails just now and.
All right, and so we'll go to Bob and Mike, and then after that, I have one more thing before we adjourn for the day.
Okay, can you guys stay till 8? Because I'm gonna talk till 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I get, I gotta share my thoughts with, Totes too, because I've been getting phone calls too, and rude, exceptions at these trouble programs, so what I'm thinking about doing, Madam Chair, is, direct you to sponsor a office etiquette training for our employees. And that training is gonna be here. And also, I guess, I'm gonna be jumping all over the place.
Okay.
Propane, I gave some Washita company almost $400 for propane. That propane, $400, I was waiting for Sioux propane because I wanted to feed our tribal program. Didn't happen because of one driver. And, there's a grandmother that texted me, I brought it over to your office regarding that, about her not getting propane since October, and then she finally got it in December, which is unacceptable. And they wanted us, the tribe, to contract with other propane, but like you said, explained, the other propane companies, they wanted to prioritize their constituents. So, the bottom complaint I have for my constituents is that I told you about house that they submitted application for a roof repair. They submitted it twice. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna be tired of submitting that application anymore because they didn't get help. And that other complaint that I had was that this lady could see the floor. She could see the bare dirt in her floor, and then when the sun shines, she could see some sun rays coming into the cracks on her house. She complained about that, so they brought the material down, dumped it in her yard, and just left. And my constituents in my community, they can't get assistance from any tribal program because of this colonization, and we live by the rules. We don't have any sympathy. because they don't want to work on their houses because the house that they're sitting on, they're living on, is not designated tribal property. It's tribal land. And these houses were built way back before we really got colonized to require 2.5 acre home sites. And these were existing home sites that were created a long time ago, way before this home assignment was issued. And now, because of that, they don't get any help from anybody. You go to SWA, they said, oh, there's no land description. They go to ARPA, they said, there's no tribal description on that. So what did they do to get assistance from our own tribe? I think that's not acceptable when we look through the books and see all kinds of rules and regulations and don't want to work on a house because it's not in there. I think we ought to have sympathy. We're supposed to be a tribal culture with generosity, and we don't have that. We don't display that. That's why I keep saying, take that dang sign down. We don't have that here. Wakwala. We're supposed to have that. Well, we don't have it. And I really like the idea that my colleague came up with, was having some elderly people come in and give us some training on Lakota culture. Because we need that. We went away from that. We're far away from Lakota culture, and we're trying to become somebody that we're not. I want to tell you guys that our skin color is not going to change. Our mind might be different, but our skins are always going to be brown, and you can't change that. So I really like that idea of some tribal elders come in and instruct our current colleagues here. And especially if there's some women that could, elderly grandmas that could come in too. And give us an insight on the direction that this tribal government is going. We're going through some trying times, and I like to be proactive. I don't like to be reactive. I always say that. But what she just got a red-haired Kacha now, orange-haired guy, orange guy. He's a dangerous man. Now, I'm pretty sure people on YouTube are probably listening, but you know what, that's the truth, you know, that we don't know what's coming down the pipe. And we got to be prepared for that. But as usual, we sleep like a dog until the things happen and we try to react to that. We got to think ahead. We're talking about our kids at Spotted Tail Crisis Center, you know, they shouldn't be making donations to exist. This tribe should be supporting them. Those are our future. And that's why, you know, I probably made a lot of enemies by speaking out for the kids and, you know, for our elders. I really congratulate you guys for giving the tribal elders donations or that bonus. You know, I really appreciate you guys doing that. And I'm done with that. So if you guys don't object to it, I kind of like to give the floor to a gentleman sitting back there. And I always emphasize that our Oyata come first. We should give him first. Oh, hold on.
I want to say thank you to all you councilmen that gave us money, that the shelter, things from out to go out. Next, I wanted to say, you know, Wayne Williams been there for many, many years, and he knows people. I suggest, and every one of these councilmen know Wayne for the last 25 years, wherever you go, you should take him with you. His name's known all over Denver. This tribe knows him for the last 25 years. We know Wayne's name in politics and fact more than we know the last 3 terms of this tribe. And I suggest that this council, wherever you go, take him. Everything we do on this council for the last, I don't know how long Wayne's been around, 20 years. He should be 24. He knows the ins and outs.
We don't know.
I think you should go with him all the time. He should be with you. But he knows every councilman that's sat on this board, how they think, how the communities. See, that's just common sense. I sit back here and I listen.
For the working groups.
And what are you saying? What you doing staying in homeless shelter? You know, I can't answer that question. But I just want to give the council advice that you should guys make that a motion. Because Wayne's name is known all over that, what he does with his tribe. Any chairman, he knows more than any of the last four chairmans, even I'll say 10. Because I sat along and I'm involved in politics all the time. He should go where that president goes. We're making a big mistake. He should be there. More than merrier. Just be him and the president. When you go, I know you don't have that much experience. Thank you for listening to me. Well, thanks for giving the elderly money. That's the best Christmas present we ever had when they said, you guys give yourself 10,000. Man, it was mad upset. Don't vote for those guys. Don't call vote. Let's get them out of there. I'm glad to say that. I'm glad to say something. You're okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah, stop 11, okay. Ben?
Just a quick one, Madam Chair. I got a message asking where the elderlies would go to the application to pick up the application at. So where we sending them to? Your office?
Yeah.
Your office, okay, so your president's office.
Okay, I think that's probably all we have on today's agenda. We have other stuff here for picking those committees. I don't know if you want to stay another 2 hours or if you want to do that at the next meeting. But before you leave, I listened to yesterday's meeting and I have a few things that I want to inform you guys of. I keep hearing, I read it, I hear it, questioning who. And I'm not going to go into detail. I just want to explain this to all of you and you can take it with a grain of salt or whatever you want to do with it. I heard the question come up, who authorized the Attorney General to do whatever? And I could tell by the conversation listening to yesterday's meeting that the assumption is me. I heard the word, the president has that authority. In one conversation, the conversation said the president or the council. And then in another one, it said the council. So I want to make it clear to everyone here that from yesterday's discussion, the decision that was made, this president did not authorize anything. The implication is that it came from me. I'm not going to go into detail because you all know what I'm talking about. I was at Standing Rock when this occurred. And so last week I said to the employee, when you were approached, what did you do? The employee went to the person that was acting. The acting person took the employee to Eric. I wanted Eric here to explain to all of you why he refers to the Attorney General, because the finger was pointing at me. Everyone assumed that I made that decision and I did not make that. And as far as the election board, I asked for information and I will put it in all of your boxes, how long they've been using the Attorney General for years for any situation that arises in regard to the election board. Here, Tina can hand these out. This is the information on that law firm. That law firm was selected by the council prior to us. And then at the beginning of when we came in, Peebles and Kidder came to this council. This council made a decision. One of the things that you all need to have and to look at is the contract of Peebles and Kidder's attorney. All of this information, when things are coming on the floor to you, all details should be given to you. All contracts should be given to you so that you yourself see. When I listened yesterday and I heard the conversation, I never heard anybody ask, where's the contract? let us read the contract, what's this person supposed to be doing when something like that comes up? And at the last meeting, I said, I want to bring everyone here that we have on board that is supposed to be, that we're paying, our lobbyists, our attorneys. I want them to come here and give a report, and that needs to happen in January, because I asked that question. I heard a motion to have the, you guys all want a copy of what they've been working on? I agree, you need to see what they've been working on. So I'll get that to all of you so you can see what the attorneys have been working on, what cases they've been working on. But I just wanted you all to know that I listened yesterday, and I just let Sherry know. Sherry asked the question. She brought it up that the president was supposed to put a committee together. I did put a committee together. When I was at Standing Rock, I gave the information to Wayne, and I said the 5 positions that would be on that committee. I just talked to Sherry, and Sherry said all of your planning work will go to that committee. But there was a committee put in place, and he said, or she said, one of them said that it did come to all of you, and you did approve of a 5-person committee to be your ARPA committee to make those decisions. So I just wanted to put clarification out there while I'm on the air, while people are listening, to know that, no, the president did not do what I was told to do, that I was said I did. And in the Constitution, it does state that your attorney, that our attorney, it was read yesterday as well, and I don't remember which one of you read it in, that they represent, it was you, they represent employees. They are not employees, but they represent programs. And so when I followed up to see who authorized that, the reason it was authorized because it was on a program. It was an individual, but it was on that program that that employee works for. And so I want Eric to explain to all of you why he forwards things to the Attorney General. Those forwards don't come from me. They're forwards that he does, and it has a legal binding. One of the things I want to bring up is that some of these boards and some of the programs need their own attorneys for this reason exactly, because of conflict of interest. They need to have, especially the election board, they need their own attorney, not to use our attorneys. Because if a situation arises like that has, then they have their own attorney, and it does not conflict with what the tribe does. But, so before we go, I just wanted to let you all know that. Yes.
It's really tricky, and it was hard for us to try to figure out, because we didn't have the contract in front of us, one. And I don't feel like a contract would be above any ordinance. So I read the ordinance, I read both ordinances for the election board, I read the ordinance for the AG. And it does say the AG will help any program. But at the same time, it doesn't say in the election ordinance that they can utilize the AG. And also, when we brought this Attorney General on as the Attorney General, it was announced in session that they wouldn't be doing things without prior council approval. So that was tricky on our part as well, trying to find the balance, I guess. And I don't think that it was right for them to represent the election board. They should have had their own attorney, because he is the Attorney General. He was acting as the Assistant Attorney General. And it's real tricky because they're not actually our Attorney General. They're a law firm that we're using in situations as an Attorney General.
Yeah. And I think that when I asked the question, I was told it wasn't, like, for one of the situations, it wasn't representation, it was recommendation, not representation. But Eric's here now, and so I'll have Eric explain to you all why he refers some cases to the Attorney General and why he doesn't take them on.
Good afternoon, Council. So the week that Kathy was out and Wayne was active, our program director for IT got a subpoena for some emails. So we had the discussion, and since this was not an initial filing as the AG ordinance says, if the AG needs permission for it was a response to the plan. That's why we thought it was okay for the AG to go ahead and file a response to that subpoena. And I can forward that if you would like to see the subpoena. It said, in the subpoena, it said that the program director they were served on a Thursday, and they had till 5 o'clock on Friday, or the party requesting the subpoena would try to seek contempt of court charges against our program director and have them jailed or whatever, fined or whatever sanctions they could get. And the defense that was raised to the service or to the enforcement of that subpoena is sovereign immunity. So I can forward that response and the subpoena to you. But it wasn't an initial filing, it was a response to you. That's one thing that's not clear in the AG ordinances. When I read that provision on the AG needs permission to file something, it would be to file a lawsuit against a tribal member. That's how I read that. Not for as a response to a lawsuit or to any other kind of pleading, seeking relief against the tribe in tribal.
So it's pretty much open for interpretation, however, whoever reads it. It's not clear.
It's not exactly clear, so that could be addressed through some amendments. And as far as the election board, that started back when Lloyd was with AG, and there was, I can't even remember the year, but I don't remember if you remember that dispute over ballot counting, but that's when Lloyd began to represent the election board.
So that's why I asked for the history of it. I asked for a history of when did this start? And I haven't gotten it yet, but when I do, then I can give it to everybody. But Eric, I think one of the things that you need to clarify, I got your totes. One of the things you need to clarify is why do you not handle it and you forward it on to the Attorney General to view instead of you taking it on?
Well, because my job description, I'm supposed to be working on in-house administrative stuff, you know, like personnel, compliance with grants and all that. And my understanding of what the AG was supposed to be for originally was to handle cases where the tribe was a defendant or where the tribe was a plaintiff in court. That's what the function of the AG is, to be the primary officer to represent the tribe in court. If that's not clear in the AG ordinance, maybe we should clarify that too.
And sorry.
Okay, totes and then you, Michelle. Totes.
I'll let Michelle go
Okay,
first because it pertains to this.
She waived.
But when there's an amendment made, it should be clearly stated that the AG's office should not be used to go up against another tribal member as well.
Without authorization from the tribal council.
Yeah.
Because one of the situations that I faced like years ago, like back in the early, before 2010 was, what does Department of Revenue do when they have to collect back taxes against a tribal member's own business? I said, well, you guys have revenue, you should probably hire your own attorney for that, because I don't feel comfortable with suing our own tribal members. And that's why I try to leave that, I left that out of my job description. And I always assumed that the Attorney General got the higher salary, get the bigger budget, because they handled the representation of the tribe in any court, not just tribal court.
Yeah, I think that election ordinance needs to state that too, that they need their own attorney. It shouldn't be using the tribe's attorney, but Attorney General, especially if they're going to be filing against tribal members.
Well, the other question that arises is, and the reason why I thought it was that filings wouldn't all necessarily have to be authorized. Let's say the Attorney General is representing the tribe in a high profile criminal action, and they have to file a motion in the criminal proceeding. You would have to get all of those motions authorized prior to filing them in the criminal And that would really slow up the process of,
Have we had that happen?
not yet, because the Attorney General hasn't had time to appear in high-profile criminal cases, but I always thought that that should be one of the things that the Attorney General should do. Just like in the state, they take the murder cases, for example. Or they have a special attorneys that handle those kind of death penalty cases. We should have something like that with our Attorney General. And an attorney that specializes in pursuing white collar kind of crimes. Because the other thing we don't have is we don't have the FBI will prosecute misuse of funds that aren't federal funds, but if it's tribal funds, and those kind of fall through, they fall in that area where the FBI, the U.S. Attorney won't take them, but prosecutor lacks the resources to pursue like a mismanagement of a construction contract that occurs on the reservation involving non-federal funds.
Is there any, we still haven't met the Attorney General. None of us formally have met the Assistant Attorney General. And I asked at yesterday's meeting that we get an introduction.
Wayne went to get him, but I don't know what happened. He never came back.
And,
He went to kick in to get me.
He went to get,
Blake?
Blake, both.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen him since that day we had that meeting in your office, like a month or so.
Yeah, so we'll
so are we gonna plan to utilize him more and
Yeah.
try to pull away from the firm and hopefully one day he can just take over?
Well, also advertising, I talked with Terry Pachota and he gave us some recommendations of where to advertise for an attorney general. He gave us links to other legal organizations where we can bring an attorney general in, because when I asked about it, the advertisement to recruit somebody is just basically in this small area.
They don't even use Indeed.
Yeah, so what we're looking at is, not Terry Pachota. Did I say Terry Pachota?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
No, who's his name? Frank Hammersheim. Frank Hammersheim gave us some different links to send the job description to for an attorney general, because we emphasize the need for an actual attorney general here at our tribe. So we're working on that.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Madam Chair, when can we, as a body, start being informed of things through memos from you? Like with this Assistant Attorney General, we never received any memo. We've never met him. He should have had an introduction the minute, right when he was started. And when you go on travel too, it would be nice, not a verbal, but it would be nice, because in the past, this body was always informed of what the president was doing.
Oh, definitely. I have a plan to get it, but I just flew in late last night and I was tired and it was cold and I stayed in Rapid and I came straight here.
I know.
So I didn't even have time to put my report together yet. So you will get a report. I looked at some of the past reports. I will give the same report that other presidents have given in writing with any documents that I obtained to this body.
Okay.
Remember, I'm new.
Yes,
And
but
I'm learning.
If you just start informing us, and then if important emails come to you, if you would forward them on to us so we can review what's coming up too.
Yeah, one of the
so we're not
things that I've
one-sided.
said, Totes, is that sitting in this circle is one world. And moving from this circle to that chair is completely different. And it is nonstop all day. I told Willie, I know what you guys were going through, because the president has to deal with the council, the employees, and the people. It is 24/7, and I am very busy. And I do plan on being transparent and getting things to all of you.
Thank you.
And I am traveling because it's that time of the year where budgets are coming up. We got a new president coming in that's going to be very scary for all of us. I am representing us just like I would be if I was sitting out there.
Yeah.
So I will start getting those reports. See, that was already my plan, but when I went to this, and just so you all know, I didn't get to share with you, I actually got to speak with President Biden. Out of the 100 and some that were there of all the tribal nations, there are only 20 selected to actually go in with him, to get to say a few words to him. and to take, they do these photo shoots at that level. And from the Great Plains, I was the one that got to meet with President Biden. And I did mention to him the removal of the Stain Act for those medals of honor during the massacre at Wounded Knee. And one of the other presidents asked him to free Peltier. Those were the things that went through while I was there. I kept hearing that in the audience, but so it was good. I got to meet with Browns. I had another meeting to go to on what Wayne was talking about with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. But all of this stuff, I'm used to being out there and getting that from up here. I'm trying to adjust to being up here and getting it out there. And so I will do a better job at keeping you guys in the loop on what I'm working on. Yes, Michelle.
One more question for Eric. Is it standard procedure to use the Attorney General in grievance hearings as well?
In grievance hearings,
Yeah.
I've done most of it. Lloyd didn't, was at the tribal directors in the So after, I think the last one I did was, even last year or sometime, I don't remember exactly. But because those are personnel matters, I usually don't share the details of those grievance hearings.
Yeah, I'm not asking for the details. I'm just asking if we use our Attorney General in grievance hearings against employees.
Well, in fact, that's when I got hospitalized with the last one I was working on with law enforcement services and I had to do a job and had to get the attorney that worked at the Attorney General's office to take over on that. Yeah, just that one, because that's when I got sick. I was handling the commission. If you want to talk about that some more, we should.
You can visit with them. Sometimes it's good to understand.
Yeah, I was back in June.
Motion to adjourn if everyone's done.
Did I second motion to adjourn? Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, jeez.
So you didn't speak till late?
How come I don't see you?
There, I wrote Bob really big on my paper.
Your report requirement, that's on your travels?
No, just a monthly report on, to give you guys a report on what I'm working on.
Oh, okay, all right. I guess,
And I can do travel too, but along with it, so does everyone else that travels in this body. That is a requirement for everyone that goes on trips to come back the day after or the next, no, in the Constitution, it says at the next regular scheduled meeting.
Yeah.
Anyone in this circle that goes on travel, when you return, you're supposed to be giving this body a report.
So we haven't received any reports. I know the councilman went on travel. And we haven't seen any reports, so that means that we violate the Constitution, didn't the ordinance? Or we sort of protect it.
Yeah. And
So
within, just not to interrupt you, but within this circle, you have to police yourselves, and that's your responsibilities with your colleagues.
I'm gonna please do something. I seen the travels from the past, and it is atrocious. Why does it take so many councilmen to one meeting? Why can't you guys learn something and come back and teach the others? Why does it take 6 councilmen to go one meeting? The travel money that we spent is atrocious. I don't travel. I went on a lot of trips, I went to Sioux. I got that pathway going. That was an accomplishment. I went to Rapid, we got the Meth Initiative going, that was an accomplishment. But I use my own money. And I'm gonna tell you guys, every one of you guys, if you guys doubt me, you guys could go check yourselves. I'll give you permission to do that. My previous term, I served 2 terms on this council, on this body. In 6 years I was on a council, I never spent 1 red dime. I did go on travel, but I spent my own money. And it's been bothering me because ever since I got on, I've been thinking about it, and I looked at some of the money that were being spent by the council members on travel. And that is atrocious. And then we're sitting here trying to figure out how the heck to support Spotted Tail Crisis Center. Where are we gonna get money to give bonuses to our elders? That was quite a discussion. And, from now on, I think that, if it's feasible, I was gonna request the tribal treasurer to start giving monthly reports and let the Uyata be the judge. Write down all the councilmen on travel and how much they spent on travel. And from now on, I think this body, I agree with you, bodies need to police themselves, and people that go on travel, they need to get up and give a discussion on what they learned. How it's gonna benefit our Oyate, or are you guys just going on joy trip? In the meantime, we got a lot of homeless, a lot of elderly people, a lot of people that are barely making a living, they're fighting to survive. And here we are, we just fly off in different directions. I think this body really needs to think about the trip that they take. While you're sunbathing in California, you need to figure out all the people that are suffering at home. So from now on, I kind of like to see the council people, everybody that goes on trip. I want them to give in front, not report it to me, report it to the TV, report it to the Oyate people, why you went on a trip, what you learned, and how is the tribe going to benefit from that. That's what I got.
Thank you. Before you go, before you go, I would like to start at the council meetings in January. I talked to the directors and I let them know when we're gonna be having meetings that we're moving to quarterly. But I also told them that I would like to schedule like so many of them to come and give a report, because sitting out there, we always ask for it. But not to bring everybody at one time, but if I just bring one in, and it's not to really make them nervous or put them on the spot, but let them share with all of you what they're doing, what their programs provide, so that the people listening will know these programs as well. I mentioned before that I'm putting it on the radio with Russell and Linda are going to be on the radio with the director to do it both in English and in Lakota.
Yeah, I kind of wish that you'll assert authority in all these programs that you're coming to tell you, they're telling you, you're asking them to come and they don't show up. I wish you'd crack the whip and start cracking down on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that I'm going to have like so many come to the meetings.
The programs are getting too lax, and it's the Oyate that aren't getting the service.
I think, yeah, that's why I want them to come, so they can explain to everybody what they do, because I think sometimes it's a issue of miscommunication as well. We have programs that almost are duplication of services, so you end up going to the wrong program. But I hear all of you, and so that's why I'm asking if it's all right if I start bringing so many directors to the meetings, just so they can address you and let you know what they're doing and give you that information. Okay, Michelle, before you leave.
No, I'll pass.
All right, Ben?
I think that as this body, we really need to know what their goals and objectives are, each program.
Well, they want to do that as well. They've never had that opportunity.
Yeah, what are the goals and objectives, and what is the vision of the program? Because, I think that a lot of Oyate people are being, they're not getting the services that they deserve.
Yeah. So it's made a motion, it died, so now we need a motion again for the same thing. Charles made a motion to adjourn.
Oh, I got a quick one here.
Yeah, you can't discuss it no more.
I guess just here, to bring in the directors, I'm kind of, I'm strongly for that, because again, I didn't know this guy was a director of Calgary. I mean, that's the first time I ever saw him, so.
That's why I wanted him to come, because, the time that I sat here, he was never here then.
Yeah, but at the same time too, I think when you bring in directors, they've been in there for a while, so I would like to see the pros and cons, because again, they are, responsible for employees and their, well-being and stuff like that. So, I mean, I myself would like to at least, especially the directors that I have not seen, or I don't even know that the directors, I will have a lot of questions, whether they're, the pros and cons, the good, the bad, so they're getting paid to do this job, and they should be able to take that criticism just as much too, though. I mean, constructive criticism is what I would say.
Yes, constructive.
Yeah, not that I don't like
beating,
it.
but
Yeah, not a beating, but just something that they understand that they're responsible and they have to take the responsibility to, I guess, level out or clear out their program, I guess. But anyway, that was just my comment on that one too. But yeah, I do believe.
I need a second for her motion or it's gonna die.
All right, everybody have a good evening.
Chris,
I'll take it.
question? Ben, did you have something before we will?
Can they start filling their apps out for those elder things?
They don't got the application yet, she
We
said.
gotta create it.
Yeah.
Cause that's new. We'll do it tomorrow.
Check it tomorrow? Okay.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Alright.
Everything back over.
Okay.